That's a page. Stay there. I can actually see you.
Okay, good. Nene, ¿Catiste que ya sos? Good morning, Kalimera. Thank you everyone for being here to join us for the second and final event for this round of the EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum. We are very happy and proud to have organized this event and to close up this project with a very large roster of amazing speakers and panelists that will be joining us today to discuss latest blockchain developments across Europe and to give us some insights on the latest trends with regards to the regulatory framework, the market, and the technological advancements. So I would like to pass the floor now to Mr. Polemitis to open up the event, and thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you, Tanya. First of all, welcome everyone. We're delighted to have you. Thank you to our distinguished guest, Helen Hoffman from the DG Connect. Thank you to all the other members of the team, of the consortium, everyone involved in UBOF the last 3 years. We are very happy and proud to support this initiative. We have believed since 2013 that blockchains, and in particular public blockchains, offer a different way to organize data and ultimately a different way to organize society, that they're a social good, not a social negative that needs to be managed, that they're an active social good. And we're now 10 years into our journey. And what we're seeing is that it is evolving the way we thought, that it was going to be a 30, 40-year journey. The technology was very immature 10 years ago. And we're starting to learn how it can be used for different usage cases. A decade ago, we were talking about payments. This semester, we are working on offering the first university course delivered completely on-chain and in the metaverse. What I mean by this is we're working to offer the course without touching any of our centralized systems for student management, for learning management, and for visual delivery. This is a much broader opportunity than payments. Blockchains can enable every area that today tends to run on centralized databases. They enable us to think of it on a more community-driven, more public commons-driven, more interoperable model. And when we think about the next decade, and we think about the European Union strategy for the next decade, today the digital space is dominated by a handful of American firms. Effectively, Europe does not have digital sovereignty in its space. And the huge opportunity here isn't that we're going to do cheaper wire transfers or something like that. the huge opportunity here is to promote the types of values that I believe we believe in Europe, of interoperability, of public commons, of open access, of individual sovereignty. And that will both return some digital sovereignty to the European space, distribute it to the individual level, and I think promote both innovation and reduce rent seeking. A world where in a decade, when we think about topics like the metaverse is going to be where we spend our professional and to some degree family lives, right? It's a version of the internet. A world where that has a 30% take rate for Apple or Google or Microsoft is an error for Europe. It's a mistake to end up in that world. We should have a world where our digital economy is controlled in the European Union, and given that the best way to do that, in my opinion, is through public commons, through interoperability, through standard-based approaches, there is a big opportunity here. Now, I'm not saying there's not challenges, there are tremendous challenges. There are challenges in usability and safety and security, significant challenges, but they're not insurmountable challenges. And so we're very happy that we've been able to participate the last few years in helping on this journey. We're happy to continue to contribute. We're delighted to have you all here, some physically, some hybrid, and look forward to what today brings. Thank you very much.
It's warm. Good morning, everyone. I'm so delighted to be here today in the University of Nicosia, who has been really a pioneer in the area of blockchain. When you think about there were not many people around 2013 that were thinking about developing curricula for blockchain, and also managed to put it together with the highly skilled professors that are developing this for the future. I mean, I first of all like to thank all the speakers that are here to take part in this event, and all the participants online around the world to connect. It's very nice to see people today. I mean, it's not rare that you actually get to events where you can interact face to face. So this is really nice, but it's also good to reach out virtually. I think that this is going to be the world we continue to see, the hybrid, and there are advantages of both of them. But I'd just like to take a few moments in the beginning here of the event to reflect on the EU Blockchain Observatory Forum that we have worked together with for the last 2 years. And also a special thanks to Eva Kaili, the sponsor of the project from the European Parliament. We have her policy advisor here, Maria, that will speak about the ecosystem. So we have been working together here. But the Observatory Forum were conceived as the think tank to co-create knowledge and share that knowledge with the community of blockchain experts. And also engage the academic expert, industry expert, and then interact with policymakers. And that was the whole idea of the Observatory Forum. And I think that the Observatory has really achieved that goal. When you think about the 20-something workshops that have been taking place, mostly virtual the last 2 years, but also two face-to-face events. This is the second one, and the final one for this observatory. There have been 10 thematic reports around very hyped topics like metaverse that we heard about, and NFTs and digital assets, the digital euro, and DeFi, which is also a very topical and emerging area, but also very much looking into vertical sectors of application of blockchain. So within healthcare or energy, and how can blockchain serve the purpose of sustainability going forward? So really much taking a broad view on that. And then with this work, through the reports and the workshops, interaction, actually really contributed to the building of the ecosystem of blockchain community in Europe and reaching out to the globally to the world. So this is a big achievement. And I would like to thank very much Tonya and her team for delivering with such excellence also during difficult times the last 2 years. And we've been very pleased with the collaboration. Thank you so much. And going forward, I mean, this is the shaping the future final event of this blockchain observatory. We very much need to think about what's going to happen in the future. Where is blockchain taking us in terms of technology, but what's the context in which we develop this? We know an emerging metaverse coming, but what's the time period of this? We have really no idea. Nobody could claim to say that they know when the metaverse will be there, with all this component, all this technology. And what is most important is what kind of social impact and economic impact will metaverse have on our lives? I think this is something that we really have to continue to study in the coming period with these cross-cutting dimensions. I mean, now it's blockchain together with artificial intelligence, together with the Internet of Things, together with the networking underneath it, and above all, the people around it. How are we going to interact with this virtual world, with the tools? How does that fit with our people? So that's, I think, is a very important topic for research, and I'm glad to hear that the University of Nicosia is continuing in this field as well, going very strongly forward. And then the other topic I think that's important to look at for the future, and I think we will hear some of it in the sessions today, is about how blockchain can contribute to sustainability. I mean, we've seen some of the reports on product tracing, carbon tracking, how blockchain is being used in energy sector, peer-to-peer trading, in combination with automated and connected driving, and so on. So I mean, these are real use cases and applications that we see today, but what can be done more to facilitate a sustainable future? So I think those two areas are important to look at. So we are delighted. We are really delighted to have worked with the EU Blockchain Observatory Forum and the team over these 2 years. We really look forward to continue that work and reaching out to all the experts, many of which are here today, and also those in the community out there that are connecting with us today. We will hear something about the European ecosystem, and its first session today. What's the state of that ecosystem? What has happened last 2 years, and how do we see the outlook? I think this is something that we need to build. We heard also that yes, this space is very much dominated by other actors than European. We know that there is a skill set here, there is a competence here, there is a lot of companies that are ready to take off and become future very large actors in this area. So we just need to nurture them. We need to nurture them through the ecosystem, to all the work we do. So this is, I think, the objective we have in the European Commission, and also together with Parliament and others from the institutions. How can we support this? I mean, it's you who are doing it. It's not the policymakers, but we need to have this interaction. I think it's very important. So again, thanks so much for hosting us today. Thank you for having produced this excellent result. I think we're going to have a fantastic day. I'm so happy, excited to be here in person today and to listen to all of you and to be able to talk to you about the work you have achieved. So let's all enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, distinguished guests, thank you very much for being here with us today. We will start our event with introducing the first session and its panel, the latest developments of EU blockchain ecosystem, which will be moderated by Mrs. Marie Markosian, the Financial Innovation and Digital Policy Advisor to the European Parliament's Vice President, Ms. Savakaili. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'm very happy and honored to be here amongst you. It is an excellent an excellent development to see how blockchain has been progressed since 2017 or 2018, when the European Parliament voted for the first blockchain resolution. Then it was only for the financial services, but now we have blockchain working and impacting all sectors. The European Commission has come up with proposals of digital finance that they promote the understanding and the uptake of blockchain businesses across Europe. And it has the potential to make Europe a leader in a global scheme. We all know that the technology today is not only pure technology, is geopolitics as well. So we need to be strong in Europe. We need to build regulations and ecosystems that could compete with other jurisdictions, China or US. As regards, the strength of Europe, I think that we have recently 2 milestones as regards the digital finance package. The last milestone is MiCA. We think that it is a piece of legislation that will be a role model for other jurisdictions. Sometimes Europe is being blamed that is slow in adapting innovation or is slow in, embracing innovation. But the fact is that we have an approach of the wait and see approach. And this fact make us more confident when we will propose certain solutions, because we interact with stakeholders, we interact with market participants, and we try to fill in the gaps and understand what we are going to regulate. And if sometimes we seem to, not understand the depth of certain technological solutions, we are open again to, to discuss and fine-tune things. And in this respect, I would like to stress and highlight that blockchain is not only for the financial sector anymore. And for, as Ms. Koopman stated earlier, and Mr. Polemitis, it's as well the metaverse, it's the NFTs, the Web3. So this is an infrastructure that will impact the way we are going to live in the digital world. So we need to have safeguards. We need to have the ways that will make us adapt and embrace our living in a digital environment without, compromising our privacy, our safety, but of course, without being feared of what is to come, because the future is closer than we are thinking. And, there are still a part of, of the ecosystem or a part of the industry, be it financial or other sectors, that they feel that blockchain or IoT or AI or machine learning or robotics are something distant, but it's not. And I think that we all be surprised if someday things unfold before our eyes and we just had not the strength or the way to work towards this direction. So I would like to stop here and welcome my 2 co-panelists, Joshua Yui and Mark Taverner. We're going to discuss on the latest developments as regards the EU blockchain ecosystem, and generally to have a fruitful discussion on things that going on at EU stage and maybe at the country level. So. Oh, yes, okay. So we will play first the video of the Vice President of America.
for inviting me today. I wish I was there at the University of Nicosia. I have visited in the past, and I've worked with very knowledgeable friends like Mr. Polomitis on the this new technology on blockchain, and also with the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, because they always invite me, and I really appreciate what they have offered to us as politicians and also to the European ecosystem with the results of their work. So we managed actually to conclude our files, and it seems that we're gonna have in 2024 the implementation of MiCA, and also we managed to have Europe leading in blockchain regulation in a way that it doesn't create frictions, but it actually unleashes the potential of such a technology. So blockchain is far-reaching and is still evolving, extending its use beyond the financial sector, of course, and it has already been perceived to be the backbone and the infrastructure of a lot of IoT environments, leveraging human-to-machine and machine-to-machine interactions. Its impact, it is expected to be decisive. Instead of, for example, I think Vitaly Buterin had said that at some point, instead of putting the taxi driver out of a job, blockchain comes and lets the taxi drivers work directly with the customers. So it removes intermediaries, it gives you a better value, it cuts the hidden costs and the intermediation where it's not necessary. And of course, this improves efficiency, trust, and safety, and several other features depending on the sector that it's implemented. I found myself involved in blockchain technology back in 2015, actually, when we were looking for solutions for the economic crisis, and the system, the very centralized system, and the central banks had failed us, Greece and Cyprus. So I was looking at innovation to see how technology can give us alternatives. So when I heard about this concept of decentralization, I was very interested, and I realized the potential it had. So I was very intrigued by the promise of the technology, like I think everyone. It's maybe not a solution for any problem, but it definitely can provide a lot of solutions for a lot of problems that we face. So I understood the technology, and I have drafted the European Parliament's blockchain resolution back in 2018. It was not easy to alert the Parliament that we needed to do that. It was tech and business neutral, and it was innovation friendly. It released a lot of funding to test this technology. And I think it brought us actually to this point where we have created the legal institutional certainty that is allowing blockchain to flourish within the EU single market, and also facilitate the creation of blockchain marketplaces by allowing Europe to lead, again, creating a blueprint for other jurisdictions. So now we have the DLT pilot regime. It's the first pan-European sandbox to test DLT in the traditional financial market infrastructures and asset tokenization. We have the MiCA file. It's, for those who are not familiar with the initials, the markets in crypto assets regulation, which is a significant milestone in the European Union. There is no banning. There are strong safeguards. It's a holistic regulation as regarding crypto assets, issuers, crypto asset service providers, and more. And the agreement was reached actually a few days ago, and the Council endorsed and published the final text of the regulation that still needs to be voted, but basically it's set to take effect into 2024. So with MiCA, we did make a major step forward addressing the market and regulatory fragmentation of the some national frameworks that exist. And also we introduced a uniform and holistic piece of legislation to bring legal certainty and clarity and unify the European crypto market. But to achieve that, we can address the market manipulation, and to avoid it, to provide transparency, and to respond also to the needs and the concerns for consumer protection. So that was the The reason why we did and we have to work for these technologies to be implemented and to be able to achieve their potential in a huge market like the European one of 500 million basically people and customers. I believe also that MiCA will facilitate the adoption of this technology without compromising market integrity or financial stability. And I do think that what is mostly attractive is that you can benefit from the European passport, which means you have to take a license in one member state and you are welcomed in 27 member states automatically. And I think this is extremely important for those that want to operate in Europe. And what it is not about, so what we have to do next is to also see how we will proceed with DeFi, DAOs, and NFTs, the NFTs that qualify as unique and non-fungible assets. So we need first clear definitions on the topics I mentioned, and this is what we are now working on. I am now the rapporteur on NFTs in the parliament, so I'm starting working on that. I thought, and I was supporting that they need a special treatment, that they deserve a custom regime to address their specific characteristic. We cannot fit everything in the old boxes of regulation. We need also to understand these, hybrid features they have. So for example, supporting the play-to-earn gaming model, where digital collectibles are actually the most popular use of NFTs, as they enable non-duplication in game assets, or enabling true ownership of digital art, where artists can earn royalties not just when their creation is put on commercial use, but also when their art is being resold. It can be used for verifying memberships through digital tickets. So this means you can prove membership or anything that needs, a paywall. You can remove fraud in the music industry. You can have artists directly connected to their audience by selling digital music files, and they can program them in order to restrict revenue sharing to a point, ensuring that the artist's rights are not violated. Of course, NFTs and blockchain is also the very important, even the backbone of the metaverse. To purchase digital real estate, the metaverse. And why would you do that? Well, you would do that if you are an e-commerce business model and you want to have a place online to access another new market that's being created, but also for other reasons, to complement the ownership of physical assets, like proving the history in a digital way, and of course even storing medical records and clinical data, where we need the extra safety of NFTs and blockchain. So authenticity is very, very important of such records. So these are the challenges we have had to actually achieve also the best international policy standards to allow the development of coordinated policies and approaches concerning blockchain, to foster its research and development beyond our borders, to promote interoperability. These are issues of, the technology has to overcome, the developers have to work on, and we need to support that, to build human capacity, of course, and promote the global cooperation. It's very important to understand what infrastructure we need, what investments we need, and how we can rely on blockchain, for example, to improve the supply chain, so the energy grids. The potential is there, and the problems are there to solve, and we're waiting for great innovative solutions. So I think with respect to blockchains operating across borders without compromising privacy and security, we managed to present a clear and coherent policy framework. And I think we can guide innovation towards inclusive outcomes, to respect and reinforce the rights of citizens without exposing to the risks that such technology we've seen in the past has had. So innovation cannot be stopped, blockchain cannot be stopped. We need to make sure that it can happen in a safe way and achieve its great potential. So we all need to understand how we can outsource and benefit from all the features it has. So I'm very happy to listen and follow your forum and all your discussions. Thank you so much for having me today. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank you for
Great. So we're going to move to our discussion panel. I would like to welcome Joshua Eliul and Mark Taverner. I think you all know them already. They had a great presentation during the July event of UBOF. They are both hands-on with the blockchain technology, either from the regulatory side or from, now the business side, as Mark is. I know Mark years before under his capacity working with INATBA. So we had collaborated in regulation as regards bilateral calls in order to discuss things and clear whatever needed to be crystal clear in order to be mirrored in some piece of legislation. And Joshua Eliul, he's director of the DLT at Malta University. He knows and he's participated to the UBOF greatly. I think you had a big contribution to the report that was drafted recently for the developments of the blockchain the last couple of years. And I would like to, before starting our discussion, I would like to note that from the blockchain report, what struck me was the fact that overall in Europe, we have progressed a lot, but still there are divergences between the pace of development between certain member states. And as I come from a member state that it has not progressed much on the blockchain developments, I would like your general remarks on how this would impact on EU overall. Okay, we have some member states that they are moving ahead. Is this enough in order, to track Europe in progress, or would we have to come up with solutions in order to bring all member states in a level that could jointly progress the technology?
Yeah. So when it comes to regulatory harmonization and the passport that MEP Kali mentioned, it really helps a lot to make sure that different companies in different jurisdictions can get the advantages of a single framework rather than having to only concentrate on their jurisdictional regulation. So in and of itself, the MiCA regulation, the new regulation that passed, will help different countries to get up to scratch because they don't need to worry about creating that framework now. It's there for them. That being said, they need to put certain infrastructure in place, and we do need incentives to help with these different countries to help them get up to scratch. So the framework's there. Now it's about getting the right incentives to make sure that they're ready for the framework.
Great. I totally agree with you. And I would like to add that, apart from the infrastructures needed, maybe we could do more on the supervision side. Because, okay, we will have the regulation, we will have the technology, And I think that we need also to progress on the enforcement side, to speed up a little. And I think that in this direction, it's very crucial, the call of the Commission for a study on the embedded supervision. I think that this will help very much, Europe in a whole to progress as an ecosystem in order to have, the piece of legislation, the business side, and the capacity to enforce those. So, do you see commonalities, or do you see differences between what Malta had regulated with the VFA and now what has to be changed in order to, to be updated according to MiCA? This would be a problem, or it would be, promoting your ecosystem?
Yep. So it depends on the jurisdiction. When it comes specifically to Malta, if you look at the MiCA laws, there's a lot of similarities to what was done in the virtual financial asset laws. In fact, they're so similar that many people are saying we are MiCA ready already. So only some minor tweaks are needed. That being said, what happens to other jurisdictions that are not as ready or have regulation that is very different? That's where effort will be required to re-regulate or to bring existing license operators into the new framework. But when it comes to the Maltese legislation, like I said, a lot of it is very similar, provides certainty to operators, issuers. But one thing where it differentiated itself, and I think this is where Europe might want to focus on as well, is providing assurances that the technology works correctly. Because it's great that we regulate operators, but if there's one software bug that can lose millions of euros in a licensed operator in the EU, I think that's going to be a very hard pill to swallow when that happens. So we need to make sure that the technology is fit for purpose as well. And hopefully, we'll see further regulation that is not just focused on crypto assets, but on decentralized tech. I think that is the next step that we really need to tackle. That is the main challenge.
Yes, well, I couldn't agree more, because we have the decentralized finance and the DAOs and pure NFTs out of regulation, out of regulatory perimeter by now. But as Vice President Evakagiri already stated, we are going to have a non-initial report as regards NFTs, and this would be a challenge because, we all know that NFTs are a technology that can be applied across many sectors. So it is not only the financial sector. There are different protocols, different standards. So maybe, in my opinion, personal opinion, an idea would be, I don't know, to based on which standard is built the code, maybe differentiate between the NFTs and then have them under certain piece of legislation. Definitely, we can. We know that NFTs deserve, as already stated, a special regime, and this is the case with decentralized finance and DAOs. And I think that a challenge would be in the definition of the entity, because in DeFi and in DAOs we do not have the notion of entity. So this was the problem, I think, that MiCA couldn't capture them. So who would bear the liability? Who would be to allocate when things would go wrong? So there are certain challenges, and we hope that the industry itself could offer some, responses and solutions, because the interaction between the policymakers and the industry is very critical in order to, to come up with a robust but proportionate and future-proof regulation. So I think that we are going to have developments in this respect during 2023. And as we were discussing about, jurisdictions, do you feel that there are things that in Europe could be done in order to, to speed up or to compete with China and US? And of course, we have our European principles, which are, enshrined. So we work and we abide by them, but would it be a way forward in order to speed up and compete with other jurisdictions?
Yeah, so there's a number of different things that need to be targeted. First of all, like you said, we're talking about DeFi, DAOs, NFTs. which are all based on decentralized technology, decentralized organizations. And all of the legislation, all of the regulation we've been proposing is trying to fit these decentralized entities within centralized regulation. We need to start thinking about new types of regulation that focuses on decentralization. Now, there has been some efforts in various jurisdictions on this. In Malta, it was more of an academic effort. We never got to the next step. And that's not the bad thing, but that's the thing with harmonization. Once there's harmonization, you wait for the harmonized laws to come out. You no longer experiment. And that's the luxury that the United States still has. I believe it's Wyoming who passed laws for blockchain companies. And we need to think about this seriously in Europe. How do we allow for decentralized entities to operate here? Because they will go elsewhere. And we want to provide protection for our citizens, but now we have digital citizens. How do we keep our digital citizens inside of Europe? So the first thing is, let's grab the bull by its horns. Let's tackle how do we regulate decentralized entities. And we need to think about new ways of regulation. So that's definitely one aspect. The other aspect is different sectors. Yes, creating regulation for NFTs, when we're talking about art, we're talking about land, we're talking about all sorts of things. NFT is just proof of ownership. What happens if we had a single law talking about ownership, ignoring art, ignoring land, ignoring finance? It wouldn't work. So definitely, we need different types of regulation focusing. I'm not exactly sure whether it should be NFT, because NFT is a technology, or even, let's say, the categorizations of ERC 721 or whatever. We should focus on the features of what is being provided. Is something falling under security because it is a security, or something art because it's linked to art? So we should focus less on the actual technology and more on the features that are implied. So I think that's definitely useful. But one very interesting approach that is being used and proposed in academic circles and even by certain industry players is regulatory sandboxes. So what we waited 3 years for MiCA, and MiCA's done a brilliant job of regulating crypto assets and issuers. Can we wait another 3 years to regulate the decentralized world and the other technologies? Or should we start experimenting with the regulation as we go? And it's not just experimentation. Don't get this wrong. This is not just wait and see what happens. It involves regulatory oversight of deciding on certain parameters that we can regulate with the companies. And we could find out lessons very early on. So I highly recommend that Europe looks into regulatory sandboxes rather than hard regulation for 3 years. And there's an initiative by it's called Open Loop. Meta is one of the drivers behind it, proposing how to regulate in an evidence-based approach. And we could get there much faster. I don't think we can wait as Europe.
Great. So it's interesting proposition. You think that as we have the DLT pilot regime to test the asset tokenization, traditional financial infrastructures, so we might have another pilot regime for pan-European, perhaps, so as to test DeFi and DAOs and how they would fit in, and then see how they would be regulated. So yes, that's very interesting. And I agree. This is a market with no borders. So we, in the digital world, we are digital citizens across, jurisdictions. So maybe another issue would be the jurisdictional competence, for sure. And as regards NFTs, what I would like to highlight is that as they, of course, as you said, they can be applied to different sectors. Then what we are trying to do is to, as we have regulated the traditional sector, let's say the IP rights or the creative industries or the health or whatever, we might have to mirror that, but to be fit for purpose for the digital, for this technology. So in this respect, yes, I think that if we open the NFT bubble, we will have to work on different pieces that are underlying and interconnected. So yes, great. I would like to come to you, Mark, now. So do you have anything to add from your experience on the work that INATBA had all these years, and the point at when INATPA started, and when we left INATPA, it was, totally a huge difference between what the ecosystem was back then and how the ecosystem works now.
Yes. So a lot of the points that both you and Joshua have made, I would concur with. And I'd like to offer forward the point of view that, in my opinion, not in INATPA's opinion, as I no longer work for INATPA, but in my opinion, we have a regulatory approach which is arcane. It's fit for the world of decades ago. It's not fit for the world of innovations that we're in now, or that will be presented to us in a day's time, a week's time, or a month's time. And the reason I say that is because much of the work that I've done with regulators around the world, if you boil it down to the first principles of protecting consumers, ensuring market integrity, and ensuring that there is a degree of financial stability, balance sheet protection, and reserves, if you accept that they are some of the core fundamental principles, which we can all agree on in the innovation sector as well as in the public sector and in regulatory and government bodies, I think the point where we start to disagree then is in the execution, in the enforcement that you were talking about earlier. And this is how I would paraphrase what I've observed over 2.5 years working with INATPA to where I am now, where I've just started running a crypto exchange for high net worth individuals. What I observe now is that regulators want to act on historical information and actions that are presented to them in evidence that may have happened a week ago, a month ago, or sometimes even longer ago in the past. And they want to be able to identify a legal entity so that when this information eventually reaches them of a wrongdoing, they know they have the comfort to approach that legal entity and exact whatever the punitive measures are, whether it be a fine, imprisonment, or what have you. And that's kind of good when you're in a world where everything moves at a pace that's measured in weeks and months. But when you're in a world that's now digital, where things move within 30 seconds, it's no longer appropriate. And I think that's a real shame and an opportunity missed, because the technology, for once, I would argue for the first time ever, allows regulators the chance to place themselves right at the center of what is happening, when it's happening, or maybe even before it's happened. And that could set a new paradigm. And I was very heartened to see that there was a funding call coming out of Europe. I'm not sure who led that, Helen, whether it was your team or the team that you're associated with, but bravo. That's wonderful.
Yes.
So finally, some funding to flow into research to look at how the application of these wonderful technologies can assist the regulatory process. But dare I say it, and this goes to the point I'm sure we'll talk on later, it's too little because the funding is very modest. And that is not what is going to provide the evidence that is needed to change the thinking and help build a case to change the way in which regulators behave. There is a lot more evidence that is needed, to your point around the work INATPA did in the early stages of MiCA. And I see Xenophon at the back of the audience there, who leads INATPA's finance work group on behalf of the executive team. He can attest to over 3 years the amount of evidence that we've pulled from the membership base, from industry, from outside of INATPA's membership, to have those conversations with regulators, with politicians, with the committees who, dare I say it, right, sometimes don't really want to listen, but require the evidence anyway. So will that one solitary, rather underfunded, but very, very welcome effort be enough evidence? No. But is there an opportunity for the world of regulation, particularly in Europe, to leapfrog MiCA, maybe not wait 3 years for MiCA 2, but maybe wait 2 years, maybe less if we could, for technology to be deployed that could revolutionize the way in which regulators are able to act and give more confidence to our markets, create more stable markets that are more attractive to pull more entrepreneurs? I think the answer's got to be yes. But I'm just a simple entrepreneur. What do I know?
Great, thank you. Well, what I would like to add on this, as my prior experience was 20 years with the Hellenic Capital Market Commission. So I was on the supervision side, and in my capacity there, I was participating to the ESMA Financial Innovation Study Committee and to different task forces for blockchain, the AIs, and ESMA had set up those task forces and committees early enough from 2015. So we were discussing, these issues, the technology, but perhaps it was not, at that time, the pace that would allow us now to be in parallel with the industry. But on the other side, I think that technology, moves exponentially. So, and maybe the pandemic was, an enabler in order to have that exponential development. So it is not, I totally agree that even our supervision model is, centralized, or we need to improve and to, embrace technology, the subtech, in order to be able to, to communicate with the digital world. But I think that it is a matter of pace. I think it's a great proposal, the one that the Commission has already started for the study for the embedded supervision. I think that European supervisors will definitely have their say on that, and the industry. And in this respect, I think that the industry itself and the tech, the tech side has to offer and to contribute to this side. They have to, to explain, to come up with solutions that would be, assessed from the Commission and the European supervisor side, in order to find which tools would facilitate what you already described. So I think we're moving in the right direction. Of course, we can speed up, and we can perhaps provide more funding in order to facilitate and keep the ball rolling. So yes, it will be an interesting to see the development there. So I would like to ask you, because now you're working with industry, do you feel that startups have, or the industry could have more channels to communicate with policymakers in these institutions? Not only you have INATPA-like bodies, so they try to produce papers, position papers, or to be vocal when regulation is being prepared. But do you think that the industry itself could have another chance, another way to communicate and be confident that what is explaining is well perceived from the policymaking side and mirrored adequately?
So I think the short answer to your question is yes, there can always be, industry will always appreciate more platforms, more efficient ways of both receiving information and being able to deliver their requests or their information. And the reason I hesitate is because now that I'm sitting in industry and I have 3 companies that I've invested in, I can tell you that time is the only commodity that we value above everything else, because that's the only thing we can't make more of. Money, we could go find more money, we can make more money. Technology, smart ideas, same thing. Time, we can't get back today. It's done. So when we talk about does industry want more platforms, I think the honest answer is yes, but the platforms need to be efficient. Mm-hmm. And being efficient when you largely have 2 groups that speak different languages, so industry speak in our own terms, particularly this industry, DAO, fiat, all these terms that we trot off, and many of us in this room, perhaps all of us, understand these terms, but we use these types of terminologies and others which are more technical freely, without consideration about whether they land on the other side. whether they mean anything to the audience or whether they mean the right thing to the audience. We've almost forgotten the art of communication because it's so easy, to your point earlier, brought on by the pandemic. We're all on endless Zoom calls, and because I've just spent 5 minutes talking to you, I'm just assuming that you all understand me. But looking at you, maybe you don't. I don't know. We've lost that art of communication about checking whether the message we want to deliver has been received and has been acted on in the way in which we hoped. So efficient communication channels is really key. And the same is true with the regulatory side, the government side, the public sector side, Joshua, and I know you'll know this is the case. You have your own, and I'm putting you in that category, excuse me, I don't mean that in a negative way, but you have your own vernacular, you have your own vocabulary, you have your own cadence, your own speed, your own rhythm of talking, of expressing ideas. And for industry to listen to that, it's very hard for them to understand what you mean sometimes. So I think what is really important and where the Observatory and Inactba play critical roles is in this translation. It's helping to translate, understanding both sides and understanding how to take the content from the public sector side and distill that down into a one-paragraph executive summary that the industry have the time and the capacity to understand and then be motivated to act on. And then in the reverse, doing the same from industry, taking that evidence and distilling that into terminology and a format that a public sector is able to understand, comprehend, and ultimately act on. And that, I believe, is what industry is constantly looking for. And that is why you see us in this room today. Many of us are from either public sector or private sector. So we're a great example. We circulate around constantly, different events around the world. Some of the faces I see in here, I've seen at other events, maybe in the last couple of weeks, and I'll see some of you in a few more weeks, but maybe in different countries and different territories. Why? Because we're constantly looking for a more efficient platform where that conversation, where that interaction can happen. And I don't think there are enough of those really efficient platforms yet. And hence, I'll close by saying, I believe the fear of the industry is not, should there be more platforms, but what happens if we put our time into yet more platforms because the opportunity cost is not driving our business forwards.
Well noted. Okay.
So just to clarify, I'm no longer a regulator.
So, I'm sorry. I was using you as an example. Do excuse me there, Joshua.
So thank you very much. It was a fruitful discussion, and I will stop here because Lambis is waiting, Lambis Dionysopoulos, to present us the last report. So. He's muted. Lambis, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Great, thank you. Thank you for being there. We're, all anticipating to hear you and to see the presentation of what is going on now.
That's great. So I suppose I should start. Good morning, everyone, from a very foggy UK. My name is Lambis. I am a researcher at the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum and the Institute for the Future at the University of Nicosia. Of course, it goes without saying that it's truly a pleasure to be here with you today and present you our work on measuring the size and growth of the European blockchain ecosystem. Now, as you know, UBOF has produced several reports in a number of areas. We have 10 in-depth studies in topics ranging from CBDCs and DeFi to NFTs and the metaverse. We have 12 trend reports monitoring the latest developments in the space, and we have organized 22 workshops and 2 big events that have hosted hundreds of participants and panelists from all over the world. And of course, we have some more reports in the making, which we will be talking about in next events. Today, however, I would like to present you with one of our flagship reports, what we consider to be one of our flagship reports, which is our analysis on the state of the European blockchain ecosystem. Here's our agenda for today. I won't be long. I will start by explaining the motivation, scope, and methodology behind the report. I will then showcase some of its key findings. And finally, I will discuss what we can learn from how the blockchain ecosystem evolved in Europe and how, importantly, we can use those findings to prepare for what you've been discussing for new paradigms, such as Web3 and the metaverse. Let's first talk about the backdrop before we produce this report. So when we became responsible for UBOF, we realized that if we wanted to measure the success and impact of blockchain in Europe, as well as the effectiveness of regulation, which is also important, we needed a reference report on the state of blockchain and cryptocurrencies. However, we couldn't find any report that presented the state in Europe holistically. So what we did was that we set out to create our own. In 2020, we established a base point for the state of the European blockchain ecosystem by analyzing 29 countries, that number consisting of the 27 EU member states plus Switzerland, the UK. And this year, in 2022, we expanded on this analysis with a follow-up study, which also included Liechtenstein and Norway. And really, we wanted to showcase 2 things. The first, what the state of the ecosystem, of the blockchain ecosystem is in Europe, and the second, how it has evolved. And in order to achieve this, our work was divided in 3 primary levels. First, we produced a detailed study of the ecosystem in each of those 31 countries that we analyzed in the reports. Then a comparative evaluation or between those countries on premise of their ecosystem and regulatory maturity. And finally, in the second iteration of the report in 2022, this year, a comparison between the 2 studies to showcase progress, how the ecosystem has evolved. And let's see how we did this in greater detail, starting with level 1. So you can see here with the example of Austria, the approach that we took for the country level analysis. For each country, we produced an individual fact sheet, so 31 facts. This is a very big report. Each fact sheet went over the profile and key characteristics of each country, key policy and regulatory developments, education and research initiatives, as well as the user communities, which we realized could be drivers for blockchain adoption, and of course, the national entrepreneurial environment, including the number and size of blockchain businesses. And finally, each fact sheet also includes interviews with experts where we discuss the findings as well as future prospects for this country. And it is also worth noting that we followed this approach both in 2020 as well as in 2022 in the follow-up study to ensure that our reports are comparable. So this is the level 1 part of our analysis. For level 2 of our analysis, we compared European countries with one another in terms of their business environment, their academic initiatives, and the regulatory maturity. So this is level 2. And in the latest iteration, we also had a level 3 level of our analysis, where we showcased, of course, how the ecosystem has evolved. And I would now like to present you with some of our key findings generally before I get to the comparison, starting with the size of the blockchain industry. We identified approximately 4,000 blockchain or cryptocurrency businesses in Europe, this number being up from 3,000 in 2020. One of the most striking findings, which was also mentioned in the introduction, is that those companies are roughly equally split, with 53% of them being in the European Union and 47% of them in countries outside of the Union. And we can also observe, excuse me, a high concentration of blockchain companies in certain countries with established ecosystems. So 2/3 of the total blockchain companies are based in the UK, Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands, and France. And even within the EU, within the Union, there is a cluster, there is a group of countries comprised of Germany, the Netherlands, France, Estonia, and Spain that host the majority of companies. Okay, so this is the situation in the Union. I want to take a moment to discuss that this graph does not take into account the fact that we are talking about countries of different sizes. And in certain cases, such as the example of Estonia and Spain, of vastly different sizes. Estonia is a fraction of the size of Spain by most metrics. We can see a clearer picture when presenting the entire data on a per capita distribution. And here we see countries from the Union topping the charts. We have the likes of Malta, Estonia, Luxembourg, and perhaps to a lesser extent even Cyprus. And of course, Switzerland is also up there. And this is pretty much sums up the main findings with regard to the size of the blockchain industry in terms of the number of companies and the distribution across the countries. Okay. Now, a similar state, very similar state is also true for funds raised by blockchain and cryptocurrency businesses. And we estimate that they raised more than 12.5 billion euros through a combination of traditional financing methods such as VC or angel funding, as well as alternative forms of financing, so ICOs, STOs, or what have you. Again, if we look at the data by total funds raised, by absolute numbers, the top 5 countries account for 82% of the total funds raised in all of the 31 countries that we analyzed in the report. On a per capita distribution, again, we see some European Union countries up there, including, again, Malta, Estonia, Cyprus, and the Netherlands, and of course, Switzerland is at the top here. And with this, this is an eagle's eye overview, again, of the funds raised in Europe by blockchain companies. Finally, I want to talk about, to spend a moment and talk about academic initiatives, where I'm very happy, especially since this is presented at the university, to report that Europe is a definitive global leader. The first postgraduate program in blockchain and cryptocurrencies was launched in 2013 by the University of Nicosia. In total, since then, we have 18 postgraduate programs on blockchain, digital currency, and a plethora of other educational initiatives. Spain has emerged here as the European leader with no less than 8 postgraduate degrees offered by Spanish universities. And we have a large number of certificates. In reality, there are too many to count, but are mostly concentrated in and issued in countries like the UK, Spain, and Greece. And with that, I'd like to sum up the main areas that we touched upon in the facts. Of course, there is more, but we have limited time. I would now like to discuss another extremely important aspect. After collecting all this information, what we wanted to do was create a framework for assessing where each country stands in terms of its regulatory maturity, as well as the maturity of its wider ecosystem. Okay, starting with the regulation, the way we did this was the following. We thought of organizing countries in 3 stages. In stage 1, we put countries where no blockchain or crypto-specific regulation exists, save for some minor guidances from some authorities. In stage 2, we have countries that with regulation that pertains perhaps to parts of the blockchain ecosystem, things like AML, KYC, or taxation, okay, or some more detailed guidance. And finally, in stage 3, we have countries with broader initiatives so that encompass the entire space, such as national strategies or national pilots. So this is the 3-stage model for regulatory maturity, and we followed a similar approach. Now, you can see the distribution of the countries, which is as follows: 11 countries in stage 1, 12 countries in stage 2, and 8 countries in stage 3. A similar approach was followed with regard to the ecosystem maturity, again, a 3-stage model, but this time we looked at this on the basis of 3 indicators. First, how strong the business ecosystem is. Second, how active and engaged the user communities are. And finally, we also assess the quality and quantity of academic initiatives in a country. And again, we have 3 stages depending on how the above were satisfied, and the distribution is as follows. Very similar to the previous slide: 8 countries in stage 1, 14 countries in stage 2, and 9 countries in stage 3. Putting everything together, we have what I think is the main finding of the report, where we synthesize the 2 curves, the ecosystem maturity curve and the regulatory maturity curve, into this unified framework for that assesses where each country stands in relation to the other. So, for example, countries that fall under stage 1 in both ecosystem and regulatory maturity are in stage 1. We have here the likes of Croatia, Czech Republic, Greece, Hungary, Romania, and Norway. Countries that fall under stage 2 in either or both ecosystem and regulatory maturity are here under stage 2, the likes of Austria, Liechtenstein, Poland, Denmark, Ireland, and more. And finally, countries that fall under stage 3 in either or both ecosystem or regulatory maturity can be found under stage 3, the likes of Estonia, Malta, Cyprus, Germany, the Netherlands, and more. Now, I want to take a few seconds to say a few things about this framework. Of course, no categorization can be perfect or exhaustive, and this in particular is not definitive. The boundaries between the categories, the various stages, are very porous. All countries started in stage 1, and we gradually expect them to move to stage 3, to stages 2 and 3, as regulation becomes clearer and more universal, and as blockchain and cryptocurrencies, of course, become mainstream options for entrepreneurs. And comparing this with our previous report, we can see how the ecosystem has evolved. So in total, so we did this for the last report as well, in total we have 3 countries, Belgium, Bulgaria, and Slovakia, that moved from stage 1 to various stages of stage 2, if you will. Finland improved its position in stage 2, and the UK, as well as France, improved their position to stage 3. And of course, this goes back to what I was saying about those various stages being porous. We see lots of mobility, especially in stage 1. Now, with that being said, I'd like to discuss about what we learned about how the ecosystem has evolved in Europe. First of all, the European blockchain ecosystem is growing fast, and there are many indications of that. And it's going fast, fueled by both top-down as well as bottom-up initiatives. In the top-down initiatives, we have a number of things. We have the European Blockchain Partnership, EBP, the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, EBSI. Of course, you mentioned the markets in crypto assets regulation set to take effect later in 2024. And of course, this is coupled by strong industry, academic, and user-driven ecosystems and initiatives. We can also see, which is also important, that European Union countries within the Union, were particularly quick to improve their position in the last 2 years. As you can see below in the graphs, in certain cases, we have growth rates in the hundreds or even thousands of %. And I'd like now to take a moment to discuss about the specific contributors to this growth. As we've seen, not all countries are at the same level, but we are certain that one of the factors that contributed to this growth was first and quick mover advantage. So first mover advantage and quick mover advantage. And this is especially evident in smaller countries that embrace blockchain to differentiate themselves, such as Malta, Estonia, Cyprus, but also in some larger countries that started research early on, such as Germany and the UK. The second factor is regulatory certainty, as you might imagine, which comes through sandboxing, concrete taxation and regulation. This plays an extremely important role for establishing a vivid ecosystem. Again, Malta, Estonia, Switzerland, and Luxembourg are good examples of that. State support through public sector pilots is important. We've seen this in cases in countries like Estonia and to a limited extent to countries like Austria. And of course, having an established ecosystem in finance, banking, or similar sectors can produce lots of positive synergies and drive blockchain adoption, which is, of course, the example of Switzerland. Finally, I want to mention EU regulation as particularly important and an aspect that will become increasingly important as we try to address those challenges on a global level. It will help eliminate discrepancies in Europe and eliminate regulatory geographical arbitrage. And I would like to leave you with this, noting that this factor can serve as a playbook, I hope, for navigating other paradigm shifts such as NFTs, Web3, and of course the metaverse. Lots of people worked on this report on behalf of my colleagues at the Observatory and the University of Nicosia. Thank you so much for watching.
Presentation. It was great. And I would like to ask, perhaps you would like some remarks on what LAMB is. We already discussed on the different bases, but there was here concrete evidence that different factors impact on how each European country moves forward. So one final comment.
Final comments. Firstly, it's great to have that data. I do see that the European blockchain environment is positive and bubbling along. Some topics that weren't touched on in the report, I'd just like to finally bring right to the attention of everybody, is funding and talent. So as an entrepreneur, the two things I'm looking for the most are not regulatory frameworks per se, though we did choose Switzerland for one of our projects because it has a framework that's already deployed, but it's, can we access funding to fuel our growth rate, and is there great talent? And that really impacts any ecosystem. And now, more so than ever, Joshua, and I'll pass the floor to you with this final thought, ecosystem, to my mind, is the singular most critical focus for all entrepreneurs about everything. Your company is an ecosystem because people work from everywhere and people work in many different ways. Your cap table is an ecosystem because funding can come from a token as well as from equity, as well as a loan, or it might come in intellectual capital. So the world is changing for us all, but for me, the most important thing is ecosystem. Mm-hmm. And to my mind, the two topics that we didn't touch on too much today, I want to highlight: finance and talent.
Yeah, so I think that's a good point to leave off on, the importance of creating this ecosystem of all the different stakeholders coming together. And rather than just being negative, like I was before, talking about what we need for regulation, it's great to see the progress we're making in education and businesses and startups in raising funds. But then again, like Mark said, there are still issues of having companies create, having individuals venture into companies because of tax regimes. I think we need to come up with better incentives to have homegrown companies and homegrown investment. But otherwise, I think it's fantastic progress for Europe.
So thank you. We will leave you here with these final comments, and we will pass the floor to Valia. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank our panelists and moderator for this very fruitful discussion. And we are now moving to the second session, which will discuss about the metaverse. It will be moderated by Dr. Chris Christou of the Metaverse Architecture Department at the University of Nicosia. Thank you.
Welcome to the session on the metaverse. We have three panelists who are in the metaverse at the moment. So I'm the only physical being in this session. I have a series of questions regarding what the metaverse is, where is it, who goes there, what is it used for? What can it be used for? Is it useful? Billions of dollars have been spent on something. Is it the new internet bubble of the 90s? We don't know. We should discuss this. I have three panelists, and I would actually like to have the three panelists available at the same time, if possible. We have Professor George Gagdis from the University of Nicosia, who's the Executive Director of the Institute for the Future. Dr. Ingrid Vasiliou-Felten. Hi. And
hello, everyone.
Hello. And Yanis Lavridis, University of Malta, and he's our expert on internet law. I have a series of three questions for each of the panelists, and I'm going to do it in a semi-random order, if nobody minds, because that will keep everybody awake, I think. Is that okay? So we'll start with George. George, how would you explain the metaverse to your parents?
Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Great to be here, and sorry that I couldn't be there face to face with everyone. I've enjoyed the discussion so far. So explaining the metaverse to someone today who's not into technology is like trying to explain the internet in the early 90s. I don't know if you've seen all these viral videos of TV talk shows in the beginning of the 90s where people were inviting experts, and they were trying to explain that this, global network of computers that are interconnected are going to change our world. And nobody could understand why this would happen. They were asking them questions like, what can I do on the internet? And the answers were like, you can watch a radio show or a TV program, or shop for something, and invariably the criticism was, but I can already do all these things. I don't have any problem watching TV at home. I don't have any problem shopping for for a holiday in my travel agent. Why do I need this new network? And I think we are exactly at the same stage. We are at the stage where people are listening about the metaverse and hearing that this might be the future of our digital experiences, are always having the same type of doubts. And I totally relate with these doubts. If this is a place where I would spend most of my professional time or my entertainment time or hanging out with friends or whatever, why do I need it? I already do these things. I don't have any problem doing these things. What would this new type of modality bring to me? And I think the answer is that we don't know. If we want to be honest with ourselves, we don't know. In the beginning of the 90s, I could have predicted a number of internet applications, but nobody in their right mind would have predicted things like, I don't know, Instagram or Uber or Airbnb or things like that. They were in the sphere of imagination only, and if we told people that there will be a platform through which you would be able to share photos with your friends, and that's going to be a huge global hit, everyone would say, nah, there's no way this would happen. I think the main difference here is the following. We already live part of our lives digitally. And for some of us, this is a very, very big percentage of our lives. So to some extent, we are in the metaverse already. The fact that, as Chris correctly said, we are 4 of us in this panel, the moderator and 3 panelists, and we are all in different geographies. And we talk to people that are physically present in Nicosia, but also to people that are in different geographies and are watching us online, is some kind of a proto-metaverse. As we move along, these experiences are going to become better. They're going to become more immersive. We're going to be in these worlds. Now I had to log in, and the moment we finish with this panel, I will leave this Zoom meeting and I will continue watching everyone on YouTube. So I'm going to be jumping in and out of different applications. In the metaverse, I think the internet experience is going to be all around us all the time. Of course, and hopefully, we should be able to control when we want to switch out of it. But I think if the types of applications that we may be discussing later materialize, we will not want to switch out of it more than we want to switch out of internet today. So a photorealistic, immersive, persistent digital experience around us is how I would, briefly describe the metaverse.
Thank you, George. So I think what we're trying to dispel is this idea of like a closed world game, which is a metaverse where somebody goes to escape the real world. The conception should be more as a pervasive data everywhere next step for the internet. So the internet of space, being able to walk around, being able to see data in various places, being able to experience things in various places, being able to see your friend next to you at the cinema or in an auditorium in physical form, in more realistic form, in holographic form, or something like this. So it's wouldn't you agree, George? It's a little bit more extensive than perhaps Meta's conception of what is a metaverse.
Absolutely, and I think conceptions are going to evolve. At this point in time, each of us has a different definition of the metaverse on our minds, and it's totally logical because we are in the early stages, and the term has been, sorry to say, used and abused by everyone. So yeah, it's not George's definition or Chris's definition or Meta's definition that's going to dominate. It's what the market will decide to use in practice.
Thank you. And we will discuss the differences between open and closed worlds in a moment. Can I turn to Yanis? Can you give us your thoughts on metaverse governance, please? And in particular, the moderation of the metaverse. If you conceive it as a multi-user platform, can it exist without moderation? What sets of rules will there be? Who determines the rules? And will it become the Wild West of the internet?
Thank you very much for the question. And of course, also thank you very much to the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum for the kind invitation that extended towards me to be part of this panel. Now, as regards the issues of content moderation on the metaverse, I think that we are in a rather good starting point to discuss this issue. And we are in a rather good starting point to discuss this issue because we have been dealing with digital communities for quite some time now. And when I say for quite some time now, I would say, at least since the early 80s. So in many ways, we know in general, or we can identify some basic patterns of how people interact in such spaces and what risks we usually anticipate. Even more so because we have the experience of Web 2.0, and for the past 20 years, we have been discussing user-generated content on the internet. Now, from what we have learned from this experience, first and foremost, it is indeed impressive what kind of quality of content one can find by allowing users to be interactive. And I expect the metaverse to amplify this effect. At the same time, of course, we have also recognized that allowing users to interact freely also comes with dangers. We all know, for example, that the current internet is rife with misinformation or with all kinds of material that is harmful to certain social groups. How do we deal with it? I would say that from our current experiences, we know that a balanced approach, which will combine self-regulatory elements with some kind of external supervision, has been relatively successful. And this approach has been consolidated and has been updated by the upcoming DSA Act. Although the state was set by the e-commerce directive, the DSA Act improves on that regime by adding the element of community-driven notice and takedown procedures, which means that in the process of regulating and moderating content on the metaverse, we already have tools that might be extremely useful. That means that metaverse users might be able to benefit from community notice and takedown procedures, but at their disposal, they will still have the traditional remedies of seeking injunctions in front of courts. And while dispute resolution in the metaverse is a point that I would like to probably touch upon later in this discussion, I would say that the presence of some kind of an external authority that dictates certain behavioral patterns within the metaverse will be important. And why do I say so? Because exactly because of the immersiveness of that environment. It will not only be our commercial interests that are going to be at stake. Our entire personality will be exposed there, which means that at the same time, our fundamental rights will be at constant risk. And therefore, having an external authority that will be at any point able to interfere in order to guarantee, for example, that freedom of speech will not be muted, but at the same time, but the moral integrity of users within digital communities will not be destroyed as well. That will be an impressive balancing exercise. And we will definitely need to draw both from self-regulatory and external sources in order to manage that.
I have a thought experiment that I want to briefly put by you. In the real world, if I go and scratch somebody's car, I am legally liable for this. And especially if somebody saw me do it, okay? On the internet, or let's say in some closed world or some game or whatever, somebody can be abusive to somebody else. Is it possible for actions to be encoded in a blockchain structure so that liability is actually proof of act?
Thank you. If I understand correctly, I think what you are suggesting is a rather precautious approach. Instead of avoiding liabilities, dealing with the problem at the source, which I think that it is a very reasonable and robust approach for the metaverse. Why? Because on digital environments, we can somehow predetermine the ways that we can interact. It can be less predictable in the sense that what we can and what we cannot do can be dictated by code. and code can indeed include certain safeguards. For example, code might prevent us from physically harming somebody on the metaverse, although we cannot really physically harm them, but it might prevent us from imitating the act of physically harming somebody. Or it can somehow prevent us from displaying behaviors that might be abusive and annoying, for sure. The problem, of course, in that case is who gets to decide about these rules? Who gets to decide what we can and what we cannot do on the metaverse? And this is where I think that, once again, we will definitely need the combination from internal and external factors, because if private companies are completely free to set the standards, I don't know, I wouldn't feel comfortable to roam around in a space where a private company will dictate to me what I can and what I can't do. And I think that that is something probably to be discussed at a later stage, that at some point, I hope that I will see a metaverse community being built, a real community which, without any consideration of commercial interests, will care about the general well-being of users within the metaverse.
Right, thank you. Ingrid, may I ask you, how can the internet operate smoothly without violating people's private space, personal data, many of the other sensitive aspects of their lives, given the fact that this very technology is doing exactly that? It is created to track people's position, location, their behaviors, and even their facial expressions and what they're looking at.
Great question, and thank you for that. I really appreciate the opportunity to share some of my thoughts regarding not only safeguarding privacy, but also our ability to provide appropriate data governance in this new environment, right? And data authentication, like was already mentioned. And my approach has been, and with many colleagues around the world, is to recommend a proactive digital ethics approach. And when we start to build metaverses, because as we mentioned, it's not going to be only one. And as we think about open and closed metaverse environments or ecosystems, like previously was already highlighted, it's really essential to design not only highly interoperable environments, but have that kind of very proactive and mindful approach, how we embed digital ethics safeguards at every single step. And that means digital identity also has to be much more carefully thought through for Web 3.0, which powers the metaverse. But also, I would suggest that we should maybe not repeat mistakes from the past when we deployed emerging technologies and when we deployed Web 2.0, and have a more harmonized approach, the way we think not only about digital ethics, but also cybersecurity, because right now we have still a quite siloed approach when we design not only regulatory frameworks, but also when we think about how to safeguard the cybersecurity and other elements such as privacy. So what we have recommended when we embark in Web 3.0, and perhaps even thinking already for Web 4.0 and Web 5.0, is to have a proactive digital ethics approach. And that would include a comprehensive digital ethics framework that addresses not only the identity, but also data governance, data tracking, data authentication, where we have the data interoperability addressed from the beginning, where we think already about data monetization and data ownership for all involved. And I might say, because we just referenced how can we safeguard, we should also design maybe a metaverse code of conduct and a metaverse bill of rights for users. And that would also very nicely align with some of the efforts we're doing for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So to answer your question in one sentence, I would say it's important to be proactive, already think about how the metaverse will mature, so that we're ahead of the curve instead of always a little bit behind, which has happened with other emerging technologies.
Right. So the fact that Web 3.0 will involve decentralization will be some form of mitigation, or help some people understand that their privacy is ensured and not exploited by large corporations.
Yes, but on the other hand, like we said, it can also open up vulnerabilities on the cyber side. So that's why I've recommended to integrate our efforts on cyber ethics, actually, and think in a much more interoperable way how we can approach it. Because if we continue to work separately on ethics, regulatory efforts, and then cyber, when we try to harmonize them, we're going to still have the kind of challenges we see today, and breaches for that privacy occur.
Okay, thank you. George, can I turn to you now? Can you describe our Unix Open Metaverse initiative and discuss your experiences so far with what is the 100% online and on-chain course that we are running at the moment? Just to describe this to the audience, please.
Yes, of course. First of all, let me say a few things about the initiative, and I think this will link very nicely to what both Yannis and Ingrid said earlier, because I can't agree more with Ingrid's approach that we need to be proactive. We need to be building things like the Bill of Rights or Code of Conduct that she mentioned from the beginning. And the reason that I think we need to be doing this is that I think everyone tends to overthink and underact about technologies that have not been around yet. And we tend to not think at all technologies that we're using. Yannis said something earlier that got me thinking a lot. He said that a very important question about the metaverse is who gets to control what users can and cannot do. And he said that I would personally feel very uncomfortable going into a world in which, a private company tells me what I can and what I cannot do. And yet we do this all the time. I am now in Zoom, and Zoom Corporation, a publicly listed company in the United States, tells me what I can and what I cannot do in this environment. The modalities that I have, from sharing my screen or muting my microphone, is not dictated by me, it's dictated by a private company. I'm using Twitter or Discord or Facebook, and I always adhere to some principles that a private company has dictated for me. And I think this is something that we should avoid in the metaverse world. And in order to avoid it, we need things that, like those that Ingrid and Yannis said earlier. And to help towards that direction, the university launched a few months ago what we call the Open Metaverse Initiative, which is an effort to bring together stakeholders from industry, academia, public decision makers and policy-making bodies to discuss how we can build an open, interoperable type of metaverse that would be, let's say, user-centric and user-first in its approach, and not, building a closed walled garden environment in which any arbitrary private enterprise would be able to determine terms and conditions on how people will live their lives, because we're talking now about a type of internet in which will be embedded in our everyday lives. So within this initiative, we have a number of specific actions. One of which is what Chris just mentioned. We launched a few weeks ago in partnership with one of the Web3's most influential thinkers, a pseudonymous actor going by the name of Punk6529. We launched the world's first university course that is going to be 100% run on chain and 100% run in the metaverse. What we're trying to do, the course is on NFTs and the metaverse, so the subject of the course is also relevant to what we're discussing here. But for us internally at the university and our colleagues from the Open Metaverse Initiative, it is also an experiment on how education and learning, our field of work, can be done in the metaverse. Because let's face it, online learning is kind of dry. It's kind not of the same quality as face-to-face learning. And if you want proof about that, think what happened with COVID. In all other areas of our lives, we had to move to online types of communication or work or modalities due to the COVID restrictions. And for most of them, we decided to stay remote working or stay online because we found out that it was actually better, more efficient, easier to balance with our personal lives and everything. But when it came to education or learning, nobody in their right mind seriously said, wow, this online learning that our children did at school for these 2 years that we were in global lockdowns was great. Let's not go back to schools. Let's not go back to universities. Let's remain online. Nobody said that because online learning does not provide the same type of experience that face-to-face learning does. So what we wanted to do at the university is see how would metaverse learning look like? How would it be if we replicated the classroom experience in a metaverse world? If we set up an online learning environment in which people would not log in 3 to 5 because this is the 2-hour lecture that they have with 6:05 to 9, but they would be able to stay in campus after the lecture, hang out with their friends, discuss with their professors, like they would do in an on-site classroom activity. And I think the types of learnings that we are getting point to a direction that I think is very optimistic about the future of online education. As our CEO said earlier today, we also experiment in doing the whole course on-chain, which means doing it without touching upon any of the University of Nicosia's centralized systems. We had our students register by minting themselves an NFT that functions as a token that gates their access to the course. We are airdropping educational material to our users' MetaMask wallets, and therefore, for the first time, they have a Web3 educational folder about the course. It's a very interesting course. I'm super happy that it has been embraced by thousands of people globally. We have had 22,000 people from all over the world minting the token. We had more than 3,000 people joining in for the first lecture that we did a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, stay tuned. I think in the field of education, we're gonna have very interesting things to report in the coming weeks as we move along this experiment.
Yanis, can I turn to you and ask a question regarding metaverse mass adoption? Do you have any general concerns regarding the average user? And the average user will range from whatever, from 10 to 70 or 100.
Thank you. Yes. Very happy to talk about the average user because I identify with that role myself. As you can see from the 3 metaverse panelists right now, I'm the only one who doesn't know how to use virtual backgrounds on Zoom, which means that I can perfectly identify with the people that feel relatively uncomfortable using digital technologies like that. Although I have to admit that what I've heard from Ingrid and Professor Gaglis earlier about how they try to help people approach the space and learn more about it, and the same we try to do at the University of Malta as well. I think these are important initiatives because indeed one has to be educated before accessing the metaverse. But because I know, I will make a pessimistic prediction. I know that there are going to be several people that will not be prepared for the metaverse. I think that when we think about governance and regulation in the metaverse, we need to put these people on the top list of our priorities because they are going to be the ones that are going to be most exposed in such an environment. And while there is, of course, already a niche user base for the metaverse, these are the people that have been playing online games for decades. And they are ready for that experience. They know what to expect and what not to expect. They know what to be afraid of and what not to be afraid of. There are going to be thousands or even millions of people that will not be in the same position. And for these people, I have the following concerns. First and foremost, how ready they are going to be in their approach on how they interact with the ecosystem. How can they handle the user interfaces? And when I say user interfaces, I mean the following. First and foremost, are they going to be aware what are the pros and cons of using virtual reality devices? Because in the metaverse, we're not going to be using only laptops, tablets, keyboards, and mouses. We're going to be part of the environment. We're going to be using Internet of Things devices, wearables that are going to be collecting vast scores of data about us, and that they're going to be monitoring us in levels that have been unprecedented. So how ready they are going to be. And secondly, exactly because the metaverse will have this ability of blurring the limits between the physical and the digital space, how much aware these people will be of their surroundings. For example, are they going to be aware that every time they interact with somebody, they might enter into a contract that might lead to some kind of binding obligation to transfer money to somebody? And when I say money, of course, digital money, right? Maybe in the form of cryptocurrency or in another digital form. That's one concern that I have in my mind. I think that we somehow need to make people aware before they enter that space that they will face such challenges. A second issue, which was already mentioned both by Ingrid and Professor Gaglis, is the issue of identity management. We are living in Web 2.0 currently, and we know that our digital identities, our digital avatars, because we do have some rudimentary forms of digital avatars right now, our Google accounts, our Apple accounts, our Amazon accounts, they are the equivalent of the avatar that we're going to have on the metaverse. We know that they are completely managed by platforms. In essence, we do not control our existing avatars. By logging in, the only thing we are awarded is access. Somebody else owns them and gets to decide where we can and where we cannot go. For example, I cannot use my Google account to buy something from the Apple iStore, and vice versa. Do we want to replicate the same condition on the metaverse? Maybe, but maybe there is an alternative. A blockchain-based self-sovereign identity management system might turn out to be crucial. Why? Because in theory, in the metaverse, we are supposed to be able to go freely around different digital spaces. I don't want to change avatar every time that I change a metaverse. And at the same time, I want to be fully in control of my avatar, because in the metaverse, my avatar will not only have immense economic value. We all know already that users are going to be investing a lot in terms of their clothing, accessories, and how they generally appear. But at the same time, this is going to be my digital representation, and I don't want somebody else to be fully in control of that. Another concern that comes to my mind is, of course, data protection, for the reasons that I mentioned in my opening statement, which has to do with the immense amounts of personal data that is going to be collected. Again, we are talking here about VR sets that are able to monitor even our biometrics. They might be able to even know our heart rate at the time that we interact in certain digital spaces. They will be able to even measure the temperature in our room and make all kinds of inferences about what we want and what we don't want. In fact, the processing of personal data is going to be very subtle there. And I don't want to open a discussion about updating the GDPR already, but it is going to be an issue. Now, another issue which is concomitant to that one is the problem of open markets in the metaverse. And I think that I will not be sharing any news when I'm going to tell you that Web 2.0 is dominated by a handful of digital monopolies. To be honest, I was happy to see that a couple of days ago, when the European Commission issued a press statement about Europe's plan to thrive in the metaverse, that the Commission made it explicitly clear that we don't want to repeat the same mistake of allowing certain corporate monopolies to dominate the space. And the Commission is actively working on that. We have the Digital Markets Act, which is supposed to be building an open and fair digital market for all kinds of environments, not only for existing Web 2.0 applications, but at the same time, we also have the proposed Data Act, which in the metaverse might become even more crucial, because the Data Act regulates the issue of who gets to decide, who gets to exert control over the non-personal data that are generated by Internet of Things devices. And exactly because the metaverse will operate on Internet of Things devices, that is going to be a crucial bet. And last but not least, I think that people that will be joining the metaverse, average users, they must be aware of what kinds of dispute resolution tools they have at their disposals. Because if I learned anything from being active in internet law for the past 10 years, is that there is always going to be somebody who will not be willing to play by the rules. Let it be the rules of the system itself, or let it be the rules that existing laws set. And while I am personally very impressed about the capabilities of metaverse dispute resolution methods that might be based on some kind of blockchain arbitration, I think that it would be imperative not to leave state courts out of this equation. Why? Because by now they carry a very important experience of being able to deal with all kinds of transactions, non-digital and digital. And I think that this is an experience, especially in terms of fundamental rights and protection of socioeconomically good parties, that we probably need to keep also in the metaverse. So these would be my general thoughts in that regard.
Thank you, Jens. We turn now to Ingrid. You mentioned avatars, and I wanted to ask how will businesses monetize the metaverse?
Well, I wanted to take a moment and just share one more thought about the comments we heard, because I think they're related, and I will answer also, of course, how the businesses could or will monetize the metaverse. But I just wanted to mention that the same way we heard the project about education and how we're running it in a truly immersive experience, right, fully on chain. I think that would be a great example to also understand businesses, how to engage in this new digital transformation process for Web 3.0. And if you could just extrapolate the same way we've done for education, if you could have now, let's say, your board meetings in such an immersive experience, if you could have your C-suite meetings, if you could have your regulatory team and your HR team and your law team and your finance team meet in these type of environments, then you could start to better translate the value and the dangers of this new environment, so that businesses can better understand not only how to monetize this new environment, but also how to safeguard this new environment. So before I talk also about monetization, I wanted to mention that a very important factor that we addressed just high level, the cybersecurity piece, also helps with the data monetization that businesses can engage on. I strongly recommend a lot of businesses to consider transitioning now, when they embark towards Web 3.0, also towards a zero trust cybersecurity environment, because that's the kind of ecosystem cybersecurity solution that truly leverages the full functionality of technologies we have and truly safeguards not only the privacy you asked me before, but also allows us to do data monetization in an appropriate way, so that we do it with informed consent of the users. And that relates a little bit to also what Ioannidis said. How can we even talk about consenting to be in this new environment if most people don't understand it, right? So digital literacy for the metaverse will be crucial. digital fluency for the metaverse will be crucial, because otherwise, how can we be comfortable allowing everyone to monetize their data if they don't even understand fully what that data represents, how it was collected, how it will be used, right, and so forth. The other tiny element I wanted to mention before I also address the value prop for data monetization for businesses is the fact that the semantic web analysis that we will have in this new Web 3.0 configuration, and that in the metaverse will give the richness of the data, not just data collection like we've had in Web 2.0 environment. So the Web 3.0, Web 4.0, and Web 5.0 maturity will also allow us to get better at analyzing the richness of the data collected and the nuances that the semantic web allows. And therefore, I think that businesses, yes, will be able to monetize, but they also have to be careful, because they'll have to reconfigure everything they do. Their org charts, their role descriptions, the way they train staff, the way they hire staff, the way they retain staff, and that full human computer interaction that occurs currently in organizations will also have to be recalibrated, right? Like we talked, Web 3.0 and metaverse will be highly interactive, highly immersive, will have a lot of converging technologies interfering with our normal workflows. So I think businesses, in order to fully monetize the metaverse, they'll have to think along these pathways. How can we think along all, not only our organizational structure where the metaverse can give a high impact, such as how can you maybe leverage metaverse for your board members? How can you leverage the metaverse for your investors? How can you leverage the metaverse for your teams? How can you leverage the metaverse for your vendors, suppliers? All that is related. And I have to go back to how we started at the beginning of this panel, ecosystem building. I think that's the way businesses can fully leverage and monetize the metaverse. If you start to think that if you want it or not, once we embark in Web 3.0, we are in an ecosystem that's more connected than ever. And in order to fully monetize it, you have to think about all the layers within your organization, because we will have much more interaction between all roles. And in order to fully monetize it, you have to understand that it will require much more harmonizing and aligning between all the departments that we have in businesses. So yes, I do think there will be a lot of push towards monetization, but I would also caution that in order to do that, we have to think about all the aspects when we discuss monetization. And that means ROI, not only from a financial perspective, but also purpose. So the ROI that is aligned with SDGs and ESG metrics will be key, I think, for the future if the businesses would like to do that. So just a brief highlight.
Thank you. So in terms of privacy, security on the one hand, and also balancing that with opportunity and monetization, George, can you tell us briefly the attributes of an open versus a closed metaverse?
Yep, sure. I think it all boils down to governance. And I think there are three main governance factors that differentiate between a fully open and a fully closed metaverse. And I would like to note here that there's not going to be such a thing as a fully open or a fully closed metaverse. This is a continuum, this is a spectrum. So different metaverse implementations will emerge that will, follow and have these properties to a certain extent or not. So the three main areas that I see as important here is, number one, data ownership. I think it was mentioned by Yannis earlier. So this is, what is the degree to which the users of the metaverse are really owners of their assets within the virtual world. So we're going to have our avatar, we're going to have probably some real estate, some land in the metaverse, some objects that we're going to possess, digital objects. Are we really the owners of these assets? Can we take them off this metaverse to be used in other virtual worlds, or are they really the property of the platform like it exists now for Web 2? So when I'm using Twitter or Facebook, I have an account, but really I have no property to this account. I cannot, I don't really own the data, even the data that I upload. Facebook could decide to take them off the platform and I cannot do anything about it. So number one is degree of ownership of data, objects, and virtual property within the metaverse. The second aspect that determines the openness of such a virtual world is what I would call developer openness. So the degree to which the world is open to external developers that can create new spaces, can create new experiences, can design and market and monetize new objects and applications within the metaverse. Is it something that belongs 100% to the platform owner, or can all developers build applications, and on what terms? Because I think even in Web 2, we have things like the App Store or whatever, where external developers can create experiences and applications for a mobile device, but Apple will take a big chunk of the revenues that they create. So the degree to which developers are really open to developing applications in these virtual worlds, I think, will determine openness. And we see examples in the NFT space, as we're discussing in the course at UNIC last week, that most NFT projects are now moving to CC0 licenses, and they're moving to the public domain. So they're becoming totally open for everyone to co-create. And the final thing is what I would call censorship resistance. And this is very fundamental to the technology of blockchain, but not necessarily so in the metaverse. It's something that we would need to build as a feature for the metaverse. And censorship resistance is the degree to which users may be prohibited from accessing a virtual world. In other words, it is about who really controls the world. Do I have my own self-sovereign identity that I can express myself subject to what we were discussing earlier on, or am I restricted in the types of experiences that I can have? I may be kicked off the metaverse by some centralized authority who owns and controls the virtual world, and so on. So these three things in combination: ownership of data, censorship resistance, and ability to develop applications and experiences by external developers, I think, are going to collectively determine how open a virtual world is.
Thank you. Sounds good. Yanis, final question to you regarding digital assets. So digital assets can be anything from an avatar skin to, a weapon, like in a game or something like that. It could be a building, it could be land. Can you just briefly tell us how EU law treats digital assets and how this will relate for Web 3.0 and the metaverse?
Yes, thank you for this question, which really comes at the right point, because it is intrinsically connected to what Professor Gaglis was trying to explain earlier about the open environment in the metaverse and how users can be independent. And indeed, exerting control over digital assets is going to be a key question in the metaverse. I think it's going to be one of the defining elements. If users in the metaverse are able to exert control over their digital assets, we can talk about a genuine paradigm shift between Web 2.0 and Web 3.0. I don't have good news though to report from existing EU law. This is the point where I have to play the typical lawyer's part and kind of spoil the party by sharing that existing EU laws are not particularly fond of the idea of having ownership over digital assets. Secondary EU law, as we currently speak, treats digital assets as some kind of service that we are entitled to have access to. But I think that one does not need to be an expert in law in order to understand that it is one thing to own something because we get to decide if we want to keep it, use it for ourselves, or destroy it if we so wish. And there is a completely different thing if we are just the recipients of a service, because in this case, we have zero control. The only thing we can do is access the service or not access the service. But that's where our powers end. Now, NFTs are an interesting use case. Why? Because in the example of NFTs, one can see that technology has surpassed the law. I mean, that is barely a surprise. Although when it comes to the metaverse, I have to admit that NFT is probably the only area where technology has surpassed the law so far, in the sense that I see that EU institutions are more interested at the metaverse than current digital communities are. So legislators have some kind of a pole position in the general discussion. But when I say NFTs have surpassed existing laws, I mean that NFTs, of course, are based on smart contracts. And what NFT smart contracts are currently doing as we speak is that they try to emulate some qualities of what we call in law ownership. They try to emulate that by allowing NFT acquirers to exert more control over their digital assets. And where can one see the difference? The difference becomes visible when it comes to the ability to assign an NFT to somebody else. If somebody buys a digital asset in a typical Web 2.0 platform, they cannot assign it to anybody else because it is designed by the system to not allow such abilities. Well, NFTs go around that. While in legal terms, it would be risky to call NFTs ownership, I think by now, legal literature agrees that they are not conveying any ownership rights. At the same time, they have at least partially liberated digital assets because we can at least assign them to somebody else. It is the first time in digital spaces with NFTs that we can decide to associate ourselves with an asset. And we can also decide to disassociate ourselves with an asset, something that we have not been able to do so far. What I really hope is that when the EU institutions will focus more of their resources and interest on the metaverse, is that they will tackle the problem of digital assets, because it is imperative for metaverse users to be able to exercise control. And when I say exercise control, I mean that when it comes to digital assets, it is the metaverse users who are supposed to decide in which platform they are going to appear, whether they can take them in a different digital world than the original that they bought them from, or whether they can, transfer them to somebody else, just to name a few of the examples. So all in all, I would say that this is a key element of the emerging ecosystem. And I really hope that the legislator will not let us down. But I don't want to close with such a pessimistic note. I would say that I'm hopeful that the legislator will come to the point that would be more desirable. And I can tell you that at least in legal academic circles, there is a whole movement in favor of setting digital assets free.
Thank you. And a last question for Ingrid, if I may, a slightly long one. So the recent study has shown that a lot of executives believe that the gaming industry is going to be central to the metaverse. around 97% of them. 48% said that the metaverse will change the gaming business model and have an influence on that, and will drive revenue, whilst giving their brands new opportunities, right? It's a new medium, and obviously it's a place where people can sell stuff. On the other hand, there's a McKinsey report that forecasts that consumers of games, 38% are thinking of not spending on entertainment in the current financial climate. Anyway, how do you think the metaverse technology is going to impact the gaming industry in particular?
Great question. If I may also just a quick comment on the legal aspect, because I think it is related to the gaming ecosystem as well. When we work on legislation, if we can also recommend to the teams that work on regulatory guidelines to think about the pediatric population, because that will be predominant in this type of ecosystem. And if we learn something from what we've done with AI regulation, it took a while to realize that we need a pediatric subset of that regulation. So for metaverse, I strongly recommend that. The second tiny comment, if I may, when we think about the regulatory frameworks, to not forget the decentralized autonomous organization movement that we're seeing emerge very strong over the last few months, more than over the last few years. So I think we must think, when we embark in this Web 3.0, Web 4.0, and Web 5.0 journey, that the other type of legal entity, that is a decentralized autonomous organization, might take shape even within businesses. So the same way we talked about open and closed metaverse, we might have pockets of DAOs, even within organizations, that allow a certain degree of autonomy for certain elements. So if you think about it, how we regulate now, let's say whistleblowing, there might be pockets within organizations that would allow even a DAO to exist. So just to put it out there, that it shouldn't be ignored and should be addressed in time. And then from gaming, video gaming, or gaming industry, larger industry perspective, let's think about the population that has been immersed in that world and that generates maybe a lot of assets in that world now, and they will grow to be 18 or 21, and to all the points that were made earlier. What happens with the assets that they developed in this gaming industry, right? Now, do they take it at midnight when they turn 18 with them? What happens with their rights when they become of age, no matter what age you consider as cutoff? And when is that ideal world the ideal age in this new world that cutoff should occur? So when we think about gaming, I think it's important to think about, again, identity in mind, and how, if we can preserve the same type of cutoffs that we've had. As you saw in recent proposals, age 12 is being considered for this new world, because when we look at the population demographics, those that are age 12 and up are heavily predominant. So furthermore, I think when we talk about gaming industry, what will happen now that we all embark towards Web 3.0, Web 4.0, and Web 5.0, we'll see that gaming will also transfuse or somehow penetrate other industry domains. As we've seen, marketing now uses a lot of the gamification aspect. Education will use a lot of the gamification aspects to address the needs of this population that has grown in this type of environment and doesn't like a static interaction with the education environment either. I think we'll see gamification also in terms of HR, so a completely reconfigured human resource environment. And then, of course, also gamification has already been adopted and extrapolated to impact investing, if you think about it, or the way we do crowd funding and crowd investments. So I think the trend that we're seeing is that the learnings and the dynamic interaction that we've seen in gaming industry and the leveraging of this Web 3.0 structure will maybe now be transcending into all other industry domains, and within each business, also in other domains within that business. So I do notice the signals when we look at the latest reports that gamification is on the top of most C-suite's agenda, how to increase the ROI and how to actually retain talent and how to rethink, talking about governance, everything they do in an organization and leverage this type of gamification in our interactions with our teams.
Thank you for your response, and I think we have to wrap it up there because we've run out of time and don't have time for any questions. So I thank the panelists. Thank you very much for all your thoughts. Thank you very much for coming to this session.
Thank you for having us. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we go on with the lunch break, we will proceed for a family photo. So please follow us outside the room, and then we will proceed with lunch break. See you back in an hour.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you perfectly, yes.
yes,
Fantastic.
perfectly.
Hi, guys. We can unmute the cameras, check if the connection is okay. I've been confirmed that we're not live, so we are allowed to test it. And shortly, the technician will join. They are all on lunch right now, so there will be probably about 5 minutes delay as expected.
No problem.
Okay.
It's even better for me because I need exactly 10 minutes. Yes. Okay. But I will switch to computer now. Now I'm on telephone. So, but I'm sure it will work appropriately. I sent you my presentation, Christina, right now. In case I have some problems, I will ask you to roll it, okay?
Yes, I will check it. Just a second, Mariana is calling. Yes, Mariana. Mariana. Mariana, I cannot hear you. As turned out, we are live.
Hi. I'm here, Christina. No worry.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. We will continue our event with the third session for today on European blockchain services infrastructure. It will be moderated by Dr. Kristina Levitskaya from CERT. Hello, Kristina.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? I hope that is yes. Okay, good morning or good afternoon to the panelists and the audience. We are happy to open a slightly delayed our panel discussion dedicated to the European blockchain services infrastructure, or EPSI in short. Let me give you just a couple of facts about the EPSI as an introduction. The initiative was born in 2018 when 29 countries, all the EU member states, as well as Norway and Liechtenstein, and the European Commission decided to create and join the European Blockchain Partnership, which aimed at creating these cross-border services for public administrations, businesses, citizens, to operate and verify the most necessary information that they are using, and of course create and make services trustworthy to the general public. So today we have a fantastic synergy of EPSI representatives from several European countries and an officer from the European Commission who shall join a little bit later. And before I introduce to the panelists, let me just give you the direction of the discussion that we'll have today. So we will touch upon the national initiatives. That will be the first part of our panel discussion. And then we will focus on the cross-Europe use cases as a second part of the discussion. We will discuss the experience or lessons learned, the trends, insights, and a little bit aspects, legal or regulatory aspects. So each panelist will be giving a topic to discuss. And at the end, we will have one question, which will be a joint question to all panelists to leave a message to the audience or something like a food for thought. So today we are pleased to have Nena Dakuzov, head of the project group for the new economy and blockchain technologies at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology in Slovenia. We have Klitos Christodoulou, who is joining us, the only person from the panel joining actually in person. Hi, Klitos. So Klitos is assistant professor at the School of Business under the Department of Digital Innovation and research manager for the Institute for the Future. Very promising. Klitos, as well as scientific lab leader for the Distributed Ledger Research Center and principal investigator on behalf of the University of Nicosia for the SCI-EPSI, which is an EPSI initiative in Cyprus. We have Dr. Panos Louridas, associate professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business. Panos is also EPSI representative in Greece, but the Policy Forum. I make this distinction because we have another panelist representing Greece, but different efforts. So we have Konstantinos Votis, Dr. Konstantinos Votis, researcher grade B, director of the Visual Analytics Lab at the Information Technologies Institute at the Center for Research and Technology Hellas, which many of you might know as CERT. Kostas is also member of EUBOF and EPSI representative in Greece from the efforts of Technical Forum or on behalf of Technical Forum. And later on, we hope we will have pleasure to meet Pierre Marot, who is a policy officer or DG Connect. Most of you might know this, his office. He represents the European Commission, and within the DG Connect, Pierre is a team lead for the digital market. And more specifically, he is a coordinator in charge for the European Blockchain Partnership and EPSI. My name is Kristina Levitskaya, and I'm going to moderate EPSI panel today. So we can start the discussion. I would love to invite first Nena for the speech, and let me ask Nena just a question. As we know that EPSI project just got started in Slovenia, would you like to share the project details, use cases planned to be implemented, and generally what would be the vision of EPSI future in Slovenia, and if you have or established already long-term goals and of course expectations? Nena?
Yes, hello, also from my side. Can you hear me? Fine. Yes. I will try to share my screen, but in any case, if I cannot, I will ask you to do this. Actually, I was expecting Pierre would be first one to explain EPSI in a way that he maybe highlights what is important in Europe. But in any case, I can say for Slovenia, we first applied for, we are members of European Blockchain Partnership policy group, and also the technical group from the very beginning. So what we realized here is that also in 2018, when we established that European Blockchain Partnership on the European level, it was very important to be decide to go together into the development of common infrastructure and to go together into the development of common services that we are going to apply on the level of the European Union. And what was very important, that this infrastructure started to build that EPSI, for example, started to be built in cooperation with almost all member states that had a policy level included, but also the technical experts included into the
sorry for interrupting. Is it possible to swap your screens, because we can see the comments from the presentation and not the presentation? So if you could swap your screens.
I will try.
Or leave it as it is now. Now it's better. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So maybe just to mention, we also started to develop 3 use cases. One was self-sovereign identity. The second was diplomas on blockchain, and the third was notarization or traceability. And after 2 years of the development, after 3 years, we now have actually 3 main use cases, and some of them are very strongly connected with each other. We still are developing self-sovereign identity as, for example, as the most, when we say self-sovereign identity, we know that it is identity on blockchain. But on the other hand, there are 2 main use cases that are strongly connected with the self-sovereign identity, and this is diplomas on blockchain, and also now the recent EU social security pass. Then we will try to develop also the traceability use case, which will be traceability on the documents and also the products and materials. And this is how we see it can be built on the national level. Then I will continue with the perception on the national level, because it's not very easy to promote blockchain technology as such. It needs to be understood, and it needs to be a kind of accepted by the governance structures, but also by the company structures. So maybe if I touch how do we explain EPSI on the national level, we explain it as the information infrastructure, which creates that foundation for the next generation of the internet, Web 3.0. We heard in the previous presentation a lot of this. Characteristics of a Web 3 and its use. Then we explained that it enables the use of the benefits of blockchain technology as such, because it transfers the value, not even more the transferring of the information on existing internet. And it enables cross-border implementation of the services for the companies, citizens and the governments in the safe manner based on trust and transparency. So then we explain here on the national level how it works. It works as an interoperable network. I put here, but the picture is in Slovenian because we translated this in Slovenian, but it's a very transparent how the relations are established within that network. Is functioning within the core network and decentralized or distributed nodes. Nodes can be located in the member states. And then we realized or we explain what are the benefits for the states or for the governments. The first benefit is definitely accessibility of the core network and cross-border nodes. The second is that data can be transferred on a trustful and safe manner. Even we don't have now peer-to-peer, but it will be definitely established in some period of time. We are including, for example, the certification of the competent authorities. For example, in the case of diplomas, it is very clear solution. And then we explain that it enables the institutions and authorities to optimize the transactions in efficient and cost-saving manner. And on the other hand, we always need to explain why or what are the benefits for the companies. As we have that interoperable infrastructure, this increases access of the companies to the European market. The second, it reduces the cost for that access to markets using services on EPSI. For example, for the companies, it's very important to use that corporate digital identity. And then what is also the benefit, that it reduces the costs of the business partners to verify, to authorize, to authenticate their data, and it brings them to trusted based businesses. So if I go to SSI, self-sovereign identity or digital identity on blockchain, this we said that it is the basic service of EBSI, and it is based on the set of data which can be transferred throughout of the network on the interoperable manner. And the basic service for the other use cases, for all the use cases. For example, for diplomas, we cannot develop this unless we have in parallel developed self-sovereign identity. Then the same for social security pass, the same for the traceability of the documents. So benefits for the states or governments. For example, we are referring on existing European regulation. And for example, the highest benefits are here that we realize in, for example, Digital Market Act, because the ownership of the data actually prevents individuals and companies' data to be misused, or prevents large companies like Amazon to benefit from the data for their own purposes or profits. Then direct applicability in the case of utility, the data of the goods with a certain utility. We can talk about utility-based token. Now Mika is titling or naming this in some other way, which is not very familiar to the crypto space, but we will need to get used to it. Then the access of the citizens and governments to certain services and transparent and safe manner. And what is the most important, it is increasing the digital sovereignty of Europe. On the other hand, what are the benefits for the companies? For example, simplification of doing business cross-border. So this is real-time visibility, time savings, verifiable and cost savings in the case of verification of the data by business partners, as I said before. For example, the registration of the companies or subsidiaries will, in some point of the time, not anymore require physical or virtual verification of the identity. And it again means the reducing of the cost of access to the locations or and the regulatory requirements for establishing and running the company's cross-border businesses. Then increasing of the efficiency, productivity, and competitiveness of the companies with the common standards, with access to markets, and with faster adoption of the market requirements. For example, I'm mentioning here the traceability use case, no matter if it was developed before or we are going to develop this in the further steps. It is very important for the governments and for the companies, because in case of the governments, it increases the trust and reliability, so more efficient use of public services in case of the relations of government to customer and government to business. And the second thing, which is a characteristic of blockchain as well, immutability. It enables transparency and security. Here is a less of possibility of fraud or abuse of the data. Then further, when we talk about the governance, we see that distributed governance, direct communications between the nodes in the network, and better protection of the customers and the end users through their protection of the data. Here we have, again, in case of the companies, better use of the data in relation to the customers. For example, the data from connected products brings up to 40% savings regarding the marketing of a tailor-made product. Then the development of new innovative projects and products and services. The improvement of the value chain. Here we are talking about the convergence with other technologies, for example, IoT, AI, which means the optimization of production lines. It can reduce the carbon emissions and the cooperation between the innovators and innovative companies. So according to the OECD, the access of data and the reuse of the data can contribute up to 2.5% to the global GDP or European GDP. Then I wanted to mention two exact use cases, for example, or two verticals where we have very clear benefits for the economy and for the governments. First, for the circular economy, for example, here is better use and more rational use of and reuse of resources. Here we include the data as a resource when in terms of the traceability of materials, products, documents, and so on. So we have that the common denominator, the traceability of the data. And we can talk about the increased reliability for consumer or end user. Then what are the benefits? Further benefits: better material efficiency, savings in the resources, materials, and better accuracy and the reliability. It goes the same for document and product traceability. Then better consumer protection. We know that Europe has recently adopted the completely new consumer legislation or regulation that protects the customer, also introducing that green component into the consumer protection. Better protection through authentication of the origin, through the cycle of the value chain. Then passport of materials, for example, we said before that it can lead to 40% of a reduction of costs in case of database for relevant data, products, connected products, related services, and so on.
Thank you, Nena. Nena, thank you very much. Apologies to interrupt you. I can say for sure that we are all inspired by the Slovenian experience, because the presentation you gave is very comprehensive, and I think actually covers all the bullet points we want to discuss. Though, if you allow me to pass the words to other members of the panel, and later on, if we have more time, we could give you a chance to explore more in depth the rest of the slides and materials. Would that be okay?
Okay, super. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So next we would like to invite Dr. Klitos Christodoulou, who is joining live.
Hi, Christina.
Yes, hi. And yes, we can hear you.
So thank you, Helen, for joining me. Thank you for inviting me. I would like also to welcome my co-panelists to today's panel. I'm glad to be here, and a big thanks to the organizers. So, your question.
Thank you. Let me highlight the topic for you to discuss. So we were wondering if you could share with us what is the status of EPSI deployment and development in Cyprus, and if you can guide us through the projects you're working on, if it's more than one, and in terms of the participants, the scope, if you have any results up to now, upcoming plan, and what we're looking for. I think we would love, as an audience, all of us, to hear about the expectations of the project, how you believe that could be also expanded in the future, either in terms of the exploration of the use cases on a national level, or maybe expanding the exchange with other EPSI nodes, let's say with the EPSI node holders outside of Cyprus, so across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Actually, I'm very glad to see that the EPSI ecosystem has grown a lot since 2018. Since that first initiative, the release of that first initiative. And actually for us in Cyprus, it was a great timing, because back in 2018, there was a national level initiative that was initiated by the parliament, and of course, other governmental organizations and other organizations from the private sector, on how can we use blockchain for, several or improving use cases or existing processes within the governmental sector, and even going beyond. And it was a great time at that time, because we've seen, some spark initiating from at the European level, and therefore we, aside to the activities that we have been proposing at the national level, we are also closely monitoring the activities at the EU level. And therefore, I remember it was 2019, we took part to an EPSI call as part of the early adopters program. And we proposed a project for the CY EPSI, the adoption of EPSI in Cyprus. And actually, our proposal was proposing a threefold action. The first action is education. So what's EPSI? What can we do with EPSI? What's the reason of existence of EPSI? The second action for us was the deployment of an EPSI node here in Cyprus and the operation maintenance of this node. And the third action was how can we develop a use case that is also promoting the vision of pan-European cross-border use case using the EPSI infrastructure. So therefore, we took some actions. Firstly, we've been early on in supporting the staging environment technically with the deployment of the EPSI node and our participation to the network. We then moved to pre-production environment, and we are currently in the process of transitioning to the production environment so that we can support EPSI at least at the infrastructure layer. As part of the project, we also proposed a monitoring engine that it will allow us, before EPSI did, to monitor our node. Actually, we did it internally so that we can extract some data from the node and monitor the uptime of the node, etc., what kind of resources that node consumes. And then in parallel with our partners, let's say at EPSI, which, by the way, they are very responsive, they are very knowledgeable. And I would like to congratulate Helen and her team and DigiConnect and also the EPSI members for their knowledge and for their response. And we have a great collaboration thus far throughout the project. So we also propose this monitoring system. And then on top of that, we have been working on a use case that uses the verifiable credentials and the diploma APIs, the use cases that have been mostly mature at the EPSI level, for creating a cross-European, pan-European, if you like, system where people can exchange their degrees, verify them. And we took it a step further particularly for Cyprus. We have the Chamber of Engineering, which is a professional body that accredits degrees so that certain professions are licensed to execute their professions here in Cyprus. And along with them, we developed an EPSI application where it leverages on the verifiable credentials and diploma use case, and also enables this verification of qualifications for professional bodies. And we also opened it up with Greece and invited other members to join. And I think it was something that it was a very useful experience for all of us to exchange knowledge and see how practically things could happen and work in action. And one of the other important points that we would be working in the near term is, of course, education, because we think that education is the #1 factor for, first of all, people and other organizations to understand what are the capabilities of EPSI, what's the vision of EPSI, and what can we do to all together collectively work in producing useful use cases for the next generation of EU citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kletos. That was very practical, I would say, and full of some insights that, like education, that I think that the audience and generally all of us should take as the next points, probably in the strategic on a strategic level. So you mentioned Greece, and I would like to invite to the discussion Dr. Konstantinos Fotis, and maybe represent and touch upon the projects that are ongoing in Greece. So Konstantinos, we know about Ledger project, at least those who live in Greece, which is an EPSI initiative at the national level in Greece. Could you please tell us more about the e-ledger project, again, in terms of the expectations, the pilots, any results? And as the educational part was touched upon, and I believe it's very important, could you already maybe identify those actions that will be needed for the transition to the general public, such education or other strategies that could be useful? Thank you.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy that in the panel there are people that were collaborating together and were working together in this very important project, EPSI. So they led this project similarly to what Klitos has already mentioned. It's the Greek, let's say, a project of EPSI, the CEF project of EPSI in Greece. And also this is project that is coordinated by GRNet. It's Panos Louridas that here in the panel, and together with us from CERF ITI that were involved. These two partners were involved in this initiative of EPSI. And the main action is to support and cover the EPSI infrastructure development and operation. It's good that we have 2 nodes in Greece for covering all the different use cases that we would like to support. So we are supporting, and it's good that through the Ledger project there is the support of setup operation of these Greek EPSI nodes, and that have already deployed in order to perform different use cases that are related to diplomas, to some public administration use cases that are related with voting and other things that we're working together with GRNet and the team of Panos Louridas. So in addition to that, we are also, our main aim is to support also training and providing some training activities to a wide range of stakeholders. So this could be personnel that would like to have experience on EPSI setup, on EPSI technical implementation, how the nodes are operated, how this could be installed. So we present also, and we prepared in our project some materials that are important for developers, and this can be used in order to support the EPSI implementations. And of course, we plan additional training activities that are important in order to very important in order to support EPSI and try to increase the capacity building and what we plan to offer through the different use cases that we plan. And finally, there are some activities about communication, about dissemination, and this is something that, of course, it's needed because the involved stakeholders and the community in Greece, they need to understand what is EPSI, and it's good that the European Commission is providing these projects in order to support the EPSI implementation, and we're happy for supporting that in Greece.
Thank you, Konstantinos. Is there, I mean, we have a little bit more time, so I wanted to ask you another question, just to emphasize on something. So when we talk about e-ledger, are there specific fields or use cases you believe will be especially successful? Because there are plenty of the direction how the project is explored, but maybe you can already see the trend successor in Greece, and if this can be also of value to be expanded, you know, on the pan-European level.
Yes. Actually, there are some use cases that we already started, as I mentioned. For example, the diplomas, where Mr. Louridas will explain more if needed, but there are also some cross-border use cases that should be, and we are trying to support in the asylum agencies in order to being able to issue some asylum application certificates, something that it needs some cross-border collaboration, and we are trying to see if there is any option for supporting that. But of course, there are use cases that are related with the exchanging of documents with citizens, or with some use cases that are related with some e-polls or e-voting procedures that can be followed, verifying some credentials, some certificates. And there is a plethora of use cases that should be supported notarization of documents, and in addition to some cross-border interactions that, of course, this is the case where we need to collaborate also with other countries like Cyprus, where they have to follow also some similar cross-border interactions.
Thank you very much. I think it's an interesting point of view to collaborate on a smaller scale across Europe and then probably expand. So I think it's one of the points, or again, to consider for the future strategies as well. As Dr. Panos Loridas was mentioned, referred several times, I would like to invite, hello Panos, you next, for the panel discussion. And I would propose for you to address or share your vision what pan-European or cross-European use cases do you believe the most promising in making success across the entire network as it grows right now? And of course, why? And also, on top of that, if you could discuss probably the most evident facilitators or barriers on the way of successful network establishment. And if still we have time, maybe you as well would like to share some trends or the future upcoming actions or initiatives. Of course, we started to discuss it today, but maybe there is something that you also would like to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So I think, first of, in terms of what could be the most promising, I think it would be something that has already been mentioned by the speaker before me, which is diplomas, because there are many people who are interested in that. So we have lots of students moving around in Europe. And in May, we had the demo days where we demonstrated how the system could work between the different countries. So I think this could be quite right. But then this speaks exactly the point of what needs to be done in order to really make it a success. And I will give a counterexample of another project which I happen to be, I was involved, and it was a huge success. And in the end, it was not implemented using blockchain technologies, but it shows what is needed for something to be widely adopted. So that project was the DCCs, the digital government certificates that were used throughout Europe in order to open up travel and mobility of people. So this project was developed in record time, in just a few months. I was part of the design team and then responsible for the implementation in Greece. So we started with the European Commission. When we started to design, the first blueprints actually mentioned blockchain technologies. In the end, they were not adopted because there was not enough time. So we had to do something to implement everything in 2 or 3 months, and there was no time to do that using blockchain. And then we launched the DCC, and it was a huge success. So we have hundreds of millions, and not only that, it has been adopted by many, many countries outside Europe. Something that many people perhaps do not know, and it's quite topical, is that in Ukraine, when they had to move all the documents, the citizen documents like driving license or passports or whatever, they had to make them digital because they could not have paper or real world offices anymore. They needed a technology for validation, for validating them. And in fact, they took the technology from the DCC. So they asked for our code and our design. So the way the digital documents are now are actually validated in Ukraine are based on the technology that was developed. So why this was such a success, and it happened in such a short time, while, for instance, the PSI has been around longer than the DCC, and we still have not reached such a critical mass. And the answer for me was that the DCC had a very clear mandate, and it was very strongly supported by the European Commission throughout all the countries. All the countries had to implement this. So it was not just something that grew from the bottom up. We were involved from the bottom up towards designing and implementing it. but there was a strong political will to make it happen. And I think this is essential for anything that we want to do and to reach and there's a mass audience in Europe. For instance, talking about diplomas, now we have several pilots throughout different countries. So we have a cluster of countries that we have demonstrated how we can exchange diplomas or credentials between themselves. But I think that we don't need anymore different implementations and different clusters. We need one implementation throughout Europe and something that must be valid throughout all the educational institutions and everywhere. And this can only happen with a central coordination. And I think this is where the European Commission will have to play or can play a very strong hand. And EBSI is actually a very good place for this to happen because the European Commission takes part in EBSI, so they are aware of it. So I think the next step would be for a strong support for initiatives like Diploma to be accepted as valid through regulations from the European Commission. It's strange that sometimes we say that code is law because what we write in code is what actually gets implemented. But sometimes you actually need the real lawmakers to make something happen. To say, for instance, that yes, throughout Europe, this kind of data credentials will be valid and member states will have to accept them by, let's say, the end of 2023 or whatever. So I think for me, the biggest challenge at this point, it's not technological anymore, it's regulatory or it's a matter of political will. A good development that I see or a possible way forward in this context is, for instance, the call for the large-scale pilots that was out in the summer. Some of you may know because you may have submitted proposals. So there was a call by the European Commission, and the call closed in August, for the so-called large-scale pilots, which will be projects that will involve a large number of states. And by the end of the pilot, we will have to demonstrate real projects working throughout, not just 2 or 3 states, but many, many more. And there we have seen examples using diplomas as well, but not just diplomas. For instance, there was discussion about banking, there was discussion about other use cases, traceability and all that. So I think this could be a good opportunity for something to happen at a higher level than what we have seen up to this point.
Thank you very much, Panos. So to conclude, probably the success formula would be the legal ground, which supposed to be existing legal ground, of course.
Political will and regulations that will enforce, that will require countries to adopt a solution that will be developed.
Can we also mention the simplicity of the use case? The simplicity in terms that it's very clear and it's straightforward to all. So it's understood, in a very direct meaning and cannot be translated or, let's say, somehow adjusted more. So that's just a clear scope, right? And probably the last one, it's all in. I mean, that's a very valid point. Thank you very much. Thank you for this important insights. Thank you. So I have to say that our panel is near to be closed. But before we do so, there is one question that we prepared, and we wanted each of the panelists to address this question, but take this question more like, the message you would like to, or food for thought to leave for the audience. We will start how we presented, Nena, Klitos, Konstantinos, and Panos. So the question is the following: EPSI can be considered an ecosystem.
Can you hear me? Can you just, if I can,
yes.
I'm here, so if you wanted to ask the question, I can also answer. Helen here, I'm stepping in for Pierre.
Okay, so shall we, fantastic, shall we ask the questions prepared for the Pierre, right? So you could address them.
As you want, I mean, I can also be part of the round of, concluding remarks if you want. Yeah. Just to know what.
We can start, okay?
Thank you very much. Okay, let's do that. I think that it's we have to be open for and be flexible. Thank you very much for proposing to address the question. I think the question would be, as Panos touched upon the legal or regulatory grounds, maybe to explore more or share with us more the vision of the Commission on the adoption and the legal aspects of the EPSI, and if there are already initiatives started in order to prepare such ground, let's say.
Was that a question to me, Christina? So I guess to everyone as well, this question. I mean, I think it's very fitting that I come in here at the end. I mean, that we have heard first from the other countries that, you know, Slovenia, Cyprus, and Greece that are partners in this European blockchain partnership, and the Commission is actually a partner in that as well, and actually a service provider. We delivered the service with Digit, and I should give all credit to our colleagues there as well that actually are building this infrastructure. I think it's a unique experiment in its kind. We have never ever done this before in Europe, building such a important investment cross-border, and what we have learned from the first 2 years, I mean, it's a pity that we weren't there when the COVID certificates were needed and up and running, but we had just started sort of building it then. And I think now we are in a completely different shape. We could today easily have taken on the challenge to produce those COVID certificates in a probably much better way, learning on that experience than it was done. I'm not saying it was badly done, it was extremely challenging and fantastic that we managed to roll them out, but taking the self-sovereign sort of approach and, you know, building in privacy by design that I think that EPSI is doing. I mean, we see that in diploma use case, and I think having cracked that, the self-sovereign digital identity and the verifiable credentials, you can build above that. You can do anything with EPSI. You can do anything when you have that foundation. I think that we're in such an exciting and critical stage as well for rolling out EPSI now, where we're going into production. And we've been in pilot stage here now for 2 years, but, you know, now also putting the legal structure in place to be able to do that, because it has to be legally sound. We're in a fantastic period. We should really now promote EPSI, and I heard many of you saying that. We should jointly promote EPSI. I mean, first of all, for the students, I mean, students here in the room perhaps and out there, the diplomas use case could be a fantastic tool for you know, studying in other universities, proving your skills, skill set when you look for a job. That's why we chose that use case to start with. I mean, it's to prove some value to citizens first, and then build on that. So I think my call would be just together with the partners here to promote EPSI more widely now, ensure that we have the uptake going in production, showing what we can do, and then build on that. We saw a whole, you know, we have a fantastic palette of different use cases we can bring on to here, and they're almost ready to go. So that would be my plea and you know, joint call.
Thank you very much, Helen. Thank you. Unexpected but insightful. Thank you for that very much. And I think that so we will follow the flexibility approach further. And all the panelists just give your key message or key point, even if it was already said, just to make a highlight. Nena?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that Helen told us everything, but in any case, yes, we need to strengthen the promotion of EPSI on the national levels for national governments, to bring up what are the advantages and how it can help to the government and to the companies and definitely to the citizens. What is very important and the key message is that even if we have the ecosystem that is classical ecosystem, like for example, European Blockchain Observatory and Forum is supporting and describing, but we have a technology that can represent the ecosystem as such. So if we connect both ecosystems together with the knowledge and the knowledge transfer between, or experience transfer between the different stakeholders within EPSI infrastructure, then we can hope for some really good future in this development of the technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. What a fantastic highlight. Thanks a lot for that. And next we have Klitos.
I just wanted to say that we've been a long way, and I think there is a positive outlook at the European Commission level, and they invested a lot. And thank you for trusting all of us. And I think that, as mentioned by Helen, this is a collective effort, and we have the tools now. We have the know-how, and we should be building use cases useful for the next generation of EU citizens and even beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Klitos, very much. Very practical approach. Love it. Thank you, Konstantinos.
Yes, what I would like to add is that it's good that we have these efforts that's supported by the European Commission, and we need all together, all the member states, to collaborate together in order to make EPSI more successful. And we need that, especially for cross-border use cases that are really important in order to highlight the added value of EPSI.
Thank you, Konstantinos, very much. Thank you. Panos?
Yes, I think we're actually at a good point, at a very good point in time, because the technology has matured. We are moving now towards production nodes in EPSI, and also we know a lot more about building applications in EPSI. So I think we have done a lot on our part, technologically speaking. So good technologies have done I think most of what was expected of us. So it's the moment where, you know, politicians, for instance, and end users can get involved so that we can really push bring the technology towards a wide spectrum of people.
Thank you very much. I have to thank you all the panelists, because you brought each different perspective and some perspectives that did not overlap, but actually emphasized and made stronger the point of each other. Thank you very much for that. Honestly, I enjoyed this discussion. I'm sure the audience as well. So I think officially we can close the panel. We are on time, on schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all participants and our wonderful moderator, Dr. Kristina Levitskaya. We will now move to the fourth session on law and regulation, which will be moderated by Mrs. Michaela Cantor, advocate of counsel and DS Partner Law Firm. Please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Where I feel like this panel flows really nicely into the previous discussions where the terms law and regulation were repeatedly mentioned. We will be looking at the latest legal and regulatory developments on the on blockchain and blockchain ecosystem overall. I'm going to have with me today on the panel Patrick Hansen, who is joining remotely, I think. Patrick? Not yet. Then let me introduce Mr. Haris Savidis, who is here with us today, an expert panelist of the EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum, and representing University of Nicosia. We will also be joined by Jeff Badman in a minute, a principal at Badman Advisors and also an expert panelist of the forum. Let me just give them a couple of minutes and then we can make a start.
And allow me to introduce Michaela Cantor, because she is a rising superstar in law in Cyprus. She's a very good friend of mine, but at the same time, she's an exceptional professional. And we are happy to be moderated by her today.
Thank you. Hello, Jeff. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hi.
Hi,
Welcome.
oh, thank you. Yeah, I apologize for being late. It's early here, and I realized I didn't have the correct link for joining, which was then just sent to me. So thanks. And
No worries. No worries, Jeff. We'll make a start in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned.
fantastic.
Perfect. All right, then we'll make a start. As I mentioned earlier, the purpose of this panel today is to cover the latest developments on law and regulation in the blockchain ecosystem. We were recently greeted, let's say, with the long-awaited approval of the text of the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation by the European Council. So we will have quite a lot to cover on that as we are waiting for the ratification of the regulation and how, of course, that will affect and influence the way things are operated in the industry. But before we jump into that, I'll make a start with Jeff. Since we are still looking for Patrick to join us, we'll be covering the MiCA regulation. Jeff, shall we touch base on what the recent developments are in the US and what the current status of the crypto framework is in the US? And do you think that the US Congress could follow the European approach in creating a crypto framework? How about you give us an insight on how things are done across the ocean?
Sure, absolutely. And I just got back from Europe to this side of the ocean earlier this week. So it's early in the morning here, or early-ish, but I'm always happy to start the day with a discussion on law, policy, and regulation of blockchain and crypto assets with my friends at UBOF and University of Nicosia. So I'm going to look at it on two levels. First, on what is potential in terms of legislation, and then second, in terms of kind of what the current status is. In terms of legislation, since Satoshi's white paper, there has been no federal, which is sort of national legislation on any of this. Everything that's happened at a federal level has taken place via the agencies or parts of government that have influence or authority over a particular area. So, for example, FinCEN, which deals with anti-money laundering, has done its bit. The IRS has done its part has done things at the tax part, but just out of its administrative authority. There's also a lot of federal financial regulators that oversee banks, the OCC, the Fed, the FDIC. They've put out statements and warnings. They've updated procedures. The CFTC, where I was a senior official, and the SEC. So they've all of them have done things on the policy and enforcement side, but there has been to date no legislation. Now, for the last probably 6 years, no, even longer, the last 8 years, there have been bills that have been proposed that were more, to promote the discussion, but were not particularly close to passing. There are actually 2 pieces of legislation regarding the allocation of federal jurisdiction over the spot crypto asset market that have been getting serious discussion. One of those is sponsored by Senators Stabenow and Bozeman, who are the chair and ranking member of the Agricultural Committee, which has jurisdiction over the CFTC, and also a couple of other senators, Booker and Gillibrand and Thune, also are sponsors of that legislation. That, I'd say, is a narrow piece focused just on the CFTC, would introduce user fees to help kind of pay for the costs of this. And one of the big issues is if somebody gets new jurisdiction in the US, is the agency are they actually going to get sufficient money to pay for it? And we saw this play out earlier after the financial crisis, when the CFTC got new powers over the swap market. And then Gary Gensler, who is now the chair of the SEC, but at the time was the chair of the CFTC, really irritated Congress in some manner. I wasn't directly involved at the time, so I'm not as familiar with the specifics of who was more legitimately aggrieved as who. But the CFTC did not really have the funds it was planning on to build the kind of expertise for policy and rulemaking and enforcement. So this new bill would propose to cover that by introducing user fees, which are basically like transaction fees, a portion of which would go to regulate the market. The joke is that Sam Bankman-Fried will just pay for it all just to get it regulated. So that is the bill that has the greatest prospect of passing and would perhaps really create a line, which is something that is the big question people keep asking, which is, how can we have certainty that something is not going to be deemed an offer or sale of a security? So that is the legislation on that issue that has the biggest chance of passing, but I don't think it'll get done in this Congress. It has gone through, they have, started to go through a markup process, which is when people offer amendments and whatnot. They were actually supposed to do that within the last week or so, and then it got postponed. There's a second bill called which Senator Lummis and Senator Kristen Gillibrand are sponsoring. So it's again a bipartisan bill. This one takes a much more comprehensive whole of government approach. It doesn't just solve this one narrow problem by putting it within the terms of a single statute, but it looks at the Federal Reserve, which is governed by its own statute, kind of the other federal banking authorities. It looks at tax, it looks at anti-money laundering. It's very, very comprehensive. For that kind of thing to get through Congress, it's very, very difficult. It would be very difficult operationally. The European equivalent to that would be, if a bill, had to go through not just, DG Finance or whatever it's been renamed to, and DG Connect, but would have to go through, 5 of those directorate generals. But at the congressional level. So it's just very hard to do that, and people think that one is unlikely to pass, but it's gotten more attention. Finally, there's legislation that is being developed on stablecoins from the House Financial Services Committee, which is run by Maxine Waters, and her counterpart is Patrick Mahenry, effectively the ranking member. Senator Toomey, who is the big proponent of this in the Senate, but whose term is expiring at the end of the year, had said in summer that was a piece that was going to get done during the lame duck session after our midterm elections. Under the U.S. system, we have the congressional elections will be at the beginning of November, but the new members don't get sworn in until January 1st. So they have time to enact stuff during that period, which we call the lame duck window. So so looking across all of these, where are we? At a federal level, either I think there's a reasonable chance that it gets done next year, at least one of them. I think that there's enough support on the stablecoin side that could get done. It's less clear to me that there is sufficient support on the crypto side for that bill, or for one of those bills to get done. The administration thus far, has not shown a strong impetus to have legislation in the area. It has not been, they have many priorities. This is not evinced as one of them. And so if you're a crypto asset business in the US, today, what are you thinking about? You're thinking about, you're probably worried about the SEC. The other aspect, and just because it may not be intuitive to people, is New York. New York actually regulates probably more crypto companies than anybody else in the US. They're very much staffing up. I'm on their virtual currency advisory board. We just had a meeting last week, but they're doing a lot in training. They're doing a lot to use analytics in their examination process. So I'd say New York is really on the job if you're regulated there, but they're staffing up. But at the other regulators, what you're getting primarily is regulation by enforcement. You're not getting congressional or legislative direction.
Thank you, Jeff. That was very insightful. And it sounds like there's different pieces of introductory legislation trying to be brought about. Do you, from your experience, from working with or collaborating with regulators, perhaps in the US and in the EU, do you feel like they would be well placed or ready to address any challenges that would be coming about when applying like a complex regulatory framework to crypto asset entities or blockchain providers and so on? How do you feel that would come about to the regulators themselves as a whole?
Yeah, so I think it's partly, so I think on, I think if Congress provides clarity and resources, then the authority should be in a position. Let me start with the bill that I think might get passed on the crypto asset side, which is the kind of Crypto Consumer Protection Act of 2022, I think is its name, but it's, people refer to it as the Stabenow, Debbie Stabenow, Jeb Bozeman bill. What that would do is it would create a mechanism for companies that are issuing utility tokens, to get a determination as to what they are, which would be very helpful for innovators, and they would have a period of time within which to register. the trading platforms, the trading platforms would register, the brokers would register. But what would happen, similar to the process in Europe, in the European Union, is there would need to be a prescribed period when the secondary legislation, which in the US we call regulations. It's the opposite terminology from yours, but a regulation in the US is not something that's adopted by the legislation. A regulation is something that's been adopted by, it's level 1 or level 2. It's adopted by the supervisory body to implement the legislation. So I think there would be, a period of 12 to 24 months, just like Europe is going to have while this process plays itself out. And the agencies, both agencies have a lot of expertise, but they would still need some additional resources and figure out to what extent they're going to replicate the existing framework or others. But the bill is very, very thoughtfully designed. So for example, the CFTC has got what's generally referenced as a principles-based approach. People may debate about the extent to which it still is as principles-based as it was once cracked up to be. But under this approach, the Congress actually enunciates specific core principles that an exchange, for example, must apply to. And so for current exchanges like the CME, they have to have these core principles enumerated. And so, the Senate is, in the Senate bill, it has defined which core principles are the ones that will apply, because not all the ones that apply to regular exchanges necessarily should apply to crypto ones, but there should perhaps be some new ones for crypto ones. So it provides for that, and it also, takes the CFTC kind of self-certification framework for rules and for products, and extends that into these products. So I think that the CFTC could absolutely do it. I think the expectation would be, and the chairman has stated, and the chairman and both of the key people in the Congress have stated, that they would need more resources to carry out those. So I think that's where it's in the funding and allocation to make sure that is sufficiently done. Also on the stablecoin one, I think there's a policy division, and whether to have a stablecoin framework that's as flexible as Europe has or not. The motivation in the US for stablecoin legislation is a little bit different from, at least what my perception was, of the European stablecoin one, right? In Europe, a lot of the concern was there would be these, kind of global stablecoins like Facebook's Libra, which they've obviously since thrown in the towel on, that would be excessively dominant. And so out of, I think, a proportionality principle, the big driver was to make sure, if there were any of those guys, that they complied with quite a number of measures, because they were so systemically important. In the US, really, the debate is whether you should have a single type of model for stablecoins, where all of them need to be subject to the requirements of banks or credit institutions, whether to require people to hold 100% dollar assets behind them, or whether to have other things that are permitted. Chair Gensler, there has been a President's Working Group report, a series of two of them, December 2021 and December 2020. People in my unit course have learned about those, and they're some of the questions that they raise, sort of suggest that some of these stablecoins have the attributes of securities. But if a stablecoin is regulated as a security, nobody can really use it for payments. So, and then there's an element where people want to, the Fed is developing its payment system, and the question is whether they want to kind of block these private solutions, whereas kind of the Republicans tend to want to have open solutions. And then the last issue on this, and this is playing out, in Europe at central banks with stablecoins as well, is whether to let a stablecoin issuer have access to what's called a narrow bank, to be able to lodge their cash deposits at the Fed, which protects the users, but then kind of creates a perception in terms of flight to quality.
Yeah, and Jeff, thank you for closing your topic on flowing into the central banks and how these are treating cryptocurrency, crypto assets and tokens. As I'm going to be moving on to Harris in a bit to give us an update on the banking sector and how they're adopting or experiencing this new ecosystem that's coming about. But I just wanted to, I was going to be, based on what you were saying, Jeff, I had a question ready on whether the US could lead by example in the EU, but it sounds like there's a much more rigorous and more high-speed development happening on this side from the EU. So I feel like, and I don't know if you agree or not, but I feel like maybe the US would be referring to the EU regulatory framework to adopt or bring about their own, legislative frameworks and so on. So if you have just a super short comment on that, and then I'll just move on to the next panelist.
Sure. So I think, the process around MiCA was, and then, the whole digital asset, that MiCA DORA, I think is very, very important. The whole digital finance package, was very coherent, made very sensible changes along the way. Like, for example, initially it said, banks, this is in Europe, banks could issue stable coins without complying with all the other things, which was ridiculous because banks have no special expertise in that. So I thought Europe had a very, very strong process and moved together with a lot of cohesion. Could that process and explained what it was doing and got consultations on the relevant points. I thought that was a terrific process. I thought, from the perspective of someone who's been on the government side and the private sector side and the policy side, I think it struck a lot of good balances around proportionality. Do I think there's a lot there that the US could use as a model?
Yeah.
Both in process and in where some of it landed? Absolutely. Do I think that the US will look in that direction, holistically? Will somebody stand up in the Senate or the House of Representatives and say, hey, the Europeans did that and therefore we should do that? Highly unlikely.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Jeff. So moving on, I'd like to give the floor to Harris, who we would be very grateful if you could give us an update on what the current regulatory status is for blockchain technology as a whole in Cyprus, and what is currently happening in Cyprus, and what are these progressive actions undertaken here on the island?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Speaking about the metal race between EU and US, who is coming first, I think that first place goes to countries like Japan, Singapore, maybe. So it's coming from Asia this time, the gold medal at least. Of course, we fight to get this place, but indeed in the EU there is some very serious and very progressive work in place. We, especially speaking about MiCA, this is one of the most important steps forward that we all expect. And I'm sure that we can cover this later. So speaking about Cyprus, things I think are quite good for us in the sense that we move slowly, but I think that we're still far better than many other EU member states, in the sense that we have already established a policy framework back in 2019. So it is this came together with the establishment of Deputy Ministry of Innovation, Research and Innovation, which is, I think, one of the greatest things that happened at the political level, showing exactly the importance of technology, new innovation, research. And we all expect to get significant benefits from the existence of such ministry. So going back to the policy level, what we have is the Research and Innovation Strategy Framework of 2019 until 2023. So this is basically a policy document addressing 9 pillars of governance, including, of course, research, innovation, entrepreneurship, cultural change, all these necessary ingredients, I would say, that will assist not just politicians, but at the same time, all service providers, all individuals, in order to channel their efforts to the right direction and come up with something that it will be well constructed from the beginning. That's always very, very significant. And this particular Research and Innovation Strategy Framework came together with another very important policy document, which is called as National Strategy for DLT. So you can see that already at the policy level, distributed ledger technology is there as part of a broader governmental initiative and goal for the country. Of course, this national strategy about DLT, it was connected with things that are pretty much out of the agenda nowadays, and I'm speaking about ICOs, about these kind of things that indeed back in 2019, because of the reports from ESMA, from EBA in European Union, that was a hot topic back then. However, it's not a hot topic now because one way or another we resolved, or we tried to resolve the problems with money laundering, ICOs, and the relevant things in this field. However, it is an important policy document because it addresses a lot of significant topics connected with this technology and the applications of this technology in the broader market areas. Now, moving from the policy framework and moving to the legislative framework, what we have already as a draft is a very good draft legislation on distributed ledger technology. I think that we are possibly between the 3-4 member states that EU member states that we drafted legislation about distributed ledger technology. It is still draft, of course. It came out September 2021. It is before the Parliament. It covers important things having to do with the legal nature of tokens, the property status of tokens. It regulates the way that smart contracts will be considered as valid contracts. So this is, as you can understand, very disruptive for the legal industry in general, because never happened before. to rely entirely on something that happens through technology, generating legal obligations, legal rights. Of course, this is not an easy thing to be done. We need to set the right framework in order to, when it comes to the court and in a dispute before the court, to be acceptable as valid evidence. So this is what we have in place in terms of legislation, and I doubt whether this will be come out as a formal legislation before MiCA. That's a big question there, because I think that there are some overlaps with MiCA. So I think that we will be waiting for MiCA first before we switch to a formal legislation. And the last thing that we have here in Cyprus is coming from from a regulatory perspective, and I refer to the directive of CSEC, Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission, which basically it is the way that our regulator transposed the fifth AML directive in national law. And through this directive, for the first time, we have the registration. It is possible to go and register crypto asset service providers. And especially we're talking about the two types of licenses that the fifth AML directive covers, crypto exchanges and digital wallet custodians. But the way that we structure the whole thing in Cyprus is that, which is good, I think, because it shows that we did that in a way that looks very similar to MiFID. So basically what happens here is that you can apply and register your company by picking up 3 available services in general under the CASP, Crypto Asset Service Provider. The first one is to provide investment advice about crypto. The second one is, apart from investment advice, you also execute orders on behalf of clients and do reception and transmission of orders about crypto. That's crypto exchange. And the third one is about providing custody services. And I said about MiFID before, because each, depending on which of these services you choose, you have to have in place the minimum capital requirement, starting with 50K, 125, and 150, the maximum. So this is what we have so far, and it is true that we are considered, I think, one of the most attractive jurisdictions in this field. I'm not saying that we are 100% crypto friendly, because without having banks on board, no jurisdiction can claim this.
Thank you, Haris. And on the blockchain DLT legislative piece that is still in the draft mode, it has raised a lot of question marks, especially when it comes to the execution of smart contracts, like you said, coming from the legal profession myself. That would, by definition, require the revision of other legislative pieces that we have in Cyprus, and even more that are more, sort of engraved into how the legal system works. So that would bring about a massive change in that sphere. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that the most important thing is not just what we're going to write down in our legislation. When it comes to contracts, at least, we are a common law jurisdiction. So you understand that judicial precedent is a law. So it is a matter of education, culture, when it comes to our judiciary system. So our judges must be educated about this. So they need to know about this stuff. Of course, it helps a lot that already we have some very good cases coming from the UK in this area. But definitely we have a long way to go. And I think that it is true that it will be very challenging. Not only for lawyers, but also with the broader interaction that it's going to happen between law and technology. And I'm placing this in the broader context because it is not just to see how we can regulate certain things from technology, but also from the other side, how we use technology in order to improve our legal services.
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. And if we take a step back away from the legal tech and reg tech aspirations there, if we go into more on the banking sector, what do you think, or what is your experience, let's say, with the institutions, financial institutions, payment institutions, EMIs, and so forth, with the adoption of blockchain technology within their infrastructure? Have we seen any recent developments coming in from them, and what is the overall approach?
Yeah, that's my favorite topic because I used to say that they should add in their, in their daily language a term like know your crypto client, not just know your client, because we are speaking about a different type of client. Not necessarily in terms of the type of transactions and, how bad or good he is or she is, but I think that we are talking about a very critical topic in the broader RegTech area, in the sense that you cannot deal with any sort of crypto transactions or requests without the proper technology in place. All right, so that is a top topic when it comes to RegTech and FinTech in general. And it is true that still officially in the banking system, all we get so far is a very large no, at least officially. And officially, I think that after the Casper registry and the broader developments that we have seen happening in the EU, at least unofficially, they start preparing themselves for the next day, because they know, and they should know, that there is some decent market out there and they can make also money from this.
And that also comes part of their preparatory steps as MiCA is coming into play. So thank you very much for that, Harris. We have Pat. Yeah.
Actually, just may I just wanted to add that on this topic. Because I was the international legal expert brought in to assist the Parliament and the Ministry of Finance and the committee to work on the umbrella law and on the Cyprus AML directive and then their application and directive for the crypto asset service provider. So it was great to work with Dr. Savidis and the other kind of experts of Cyprus in putting this together. And so Harris alluded to the fact that that Cyprus is part of the common law, and therefore there have been some useful court decisions, for example, around the legal status of crypto assets as property and what the nature of the property interest. But Cyprus is actually the first to codify this in anywhere in the Commonwealth or common law jurisdictions. So it's actually very, very important to, because once something can be property, then you can lend property, you can have a bailment of the property, you can inherit property, and so it sort of fits the crypto asset into a number of other things that provide legal clarity for businesses and courts to have to engage in commerce and growth. So I think that's a very, very exciting thing that the bill enables. Also, it's done in a sense of being an umbrella law, meaning it creates legal definitions for things that can be used in other parts of the law. We ensured that any definitions that were terms that were in MiCA were defined the same way, so that we would have harmonization of MiCA. But then there are a number of terms that are in the legislation that are not part of MiCA, which and these relate to things that are within the proper remit of the member state that aren't at the union level. Along the what is the legal status of smart contracts, and what was alluded to, what evidence should courts look at, because courts may not be experts in these. Applying traditional principles of contract formation to smart contracts, but also establishing presumptions. If there's activity on the blockchain, it's not determinative, but it's a rebuttable presumption. And I think the bill was otherwise kind of narrow in scope. So either because it was believed that the corporations law or others laws did not actually require amendment, or because those would be done at a later time in a more specialized way. But I am very optimistic. Hopefully that the Parliament will soon receive and enact this legislation. I'm very hopeful about it, and think it will help to kind of spark greater economic development in Cyprus around kind of the blockchain and crypto asset ecosystem.
Yeah, or we will be caught up by the implementation of MiCA, like we mentioned earlier. Thank you, Jeff, for that. Let me move on to Patrick. Hi, Patrick. Since we've been talking about MiCA so much up until this point, could you give us like a short introduction or like a brief overview of what we are to expect from the MiCA regulation coming in?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'm so sorry for the delay. At 2 p.m. was the word, but happy to be part of a few final thoughts and happy to answer any more questions that anyone might have as a follow-up. So I mean, MiCA essentially had three main goals, I would say. The first one being harmonizing the rules all over Europe, or the EU at least, since we had some kind of regulatory patchwork before that. Second big goal was create legal certainty and allow big companies to legally operate in the market and to enter the market. And the third one being, I think, consumer protection mostly. And so what MiCA tries to do with all of its provisions is to basically achieve those three major goals. And I think without going too much into the details, I think in most of the instances, most of the cases, I think the EU has done a good job, because many of those goals, in my opinion, will be reached once MiCA is in place and once MiCA is actually applicable to all the companies. I guess you discussed already about the nature of those rules, so maybe final comment about what to expect in the next, maybe I would say 6 to 12 months. I expect a lot of activity on the level 2, so on basically the regulatory technical specifications by the EU supervisors, primarily the European Banking Authority and ESMA, the European Securities and Markets Authority. I think there are in total more than 30 RTS, so standards that have to be specified by those authorities. And I think those who are aware of how those processes work, that will take a lot of time and resources in the EU institutions. So the authorities will suggest some standards. The industry will come back with feedback about the practicability of those standards. Then the Commission will also enter the negotiation and basically issue its own opinion. So I think if we focus on the next 12 months, that will be the focus of the entire industry, just to get those standards right. Because at the end of the day, I think the success of MiCA overall stands and falls with those specifications. Will we have practical standards and guidelines and how to implement those rules or not? So I'm actually looking forward to the next 12 months dealing with those.
Thank you, Patrick. The only thing that I wanted to maybe pick your brains a little bit as well, both to all the panelists, this is addressed to all the panelists, is that we know that the NFTs and the decentralized finance is excluded from the preliminary draft of MiCA. Do you feel like there should be a further legislative procedure or proposal to come into play that would regulate these two areas? Or how do you think the market should move forward in terms of NFT legalization or regulatory approach? If you want to, I'll pass that on to Patrick, and then if the other panelists have an opinion, please feel to jump in.
Yeah, sure. Just a few initial thoughts, and then I'm sure the others will add on that. With regards to DeFi, I think the major reason why DeFi is at least formally excluded in MiCA is the fact that DeFi is still a niche market and still in its infancy. And if you talk to people from the Commission, that's what they will tell you, that basically they didn't want to regulate that nascent market before even being clear what are the successful business models, how does the governance of those protocols really look like in detail. So I think, personally speaking, I think the EU Commission did a good job, and the EU institutions in general, of taking DeFi out of the scope and of just letting the market develop a little bit longer, a couple of years at least, and until that entire market reaches an importance and a status that requires a more formal regulation at the EU level. So I would say for DeFi, let's wait a little longer, because everything that will be decided in that space will have massive implications and repercussions on the sector. So I would say let's be cautious there and get things right. On the NFT front, I would say that some basic consumer protection rules definitely make sense. But I also think that most of the NFTs that we see in the market right now should not be mixed with, financial instruments like crypto assets or other financial instruments, because they are so different in both technical nature, but also legal and political nature. So I don't think at that point we need a entire, comprehensive framework, but some basic consumer protection rules for that space would be helpful, in my opinion.
Great, thank you. Do any of the other two panelists, Haris, do you have your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that when it comes to NFTs, perhaps the reason why they are out of MiCA is because anyway, if you use NFT to sell any sort of securities or financial instruments, it means that the legislation is there already. I mean, it's already regulated. So no special different treatment is necessary when it comes to this aspect. And I think that in the end of the day, what actually takes sort of priority when it comes to NFT is the proof of ownership for digital artwork. All right. So anyway, this is something that is covered by IP legislation, about consumer legislation, any legislation that already exists and covers similar things. So I think that's the reason. I don't know if in the future we're going to see any special treatment about NFTs, legal treatment, I mean. But for the moment, I think that's pretty much expectable from MiCA.
Great. Jeff, do you have any thoughts on that?
So I'm totally sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the NFTs are excluded from MiCA, and we were just wondering what do you feel like whether a new regulatory piece should be introduced to govern these NFTs? Haris here is saying that NFTs are essentially already regulated across other pieces, legislative pieces. Patrick has raised his thoughts that there should definitely be some sort of consumer protection legislative proposal brought about to, overall protect in a way the users and the active exchangers. So what do you think? Should we be encouraging the EU to bring about another legislative piece, or are we making this far too complex for everyone?
Okay, no, these are great and very, very important questions. And I'd say that, I agree in one part and don't agree in others. So, so I think that, some NFTs are or will be or can be packaged as, securities or quote financial instruments to meet the MiFID definition, or can be seen as offers or sales of securities under the Howey test to meet kind of the US definition. So, you certainly couldn't have just a blanket exemption that would create all sorts of opportunity for fraudsters who, for generations and millennia, try to separate people from their money. No one's suggesting that that's going to take place, but I think a lot of NFTs are not financial products, do not belong under financial regulation. And so, I think it's very, very important to break this sort of one-to-one association that, a lot of people have, often for understandable reasons or because they don't know about it yet. But to break, oh, it's a digital asset, therefore we need to put it under financial regulation. A lot of these will be, so what other regime is relevant and appropriate? So I would say, something like a consumer protection framework, as Patrick has championed, is more logical for consumer products that are not financial products. If you buy a painting, not from a gallery as opposed to an auction house, if you buy a watch, is there, sometimes your only real recourse is the courts under the legal system if there's been fraud or the person who sold it to you, didn't really own it. You can tell with the blockchain with an NFT in most cases whether most or all cases whether the person selling it to you doesn't really have proper title to it. But I also think we're at the very, very beginning of the adoption cycle of NFTs. And, I think at this point that the most important thing is to have some sort of light touch, proportionate treatment, while these things are still being figured out. And this isn't a kind of crypto exceptionalism argument. It's more, I think NFT adoption will start in different waves, but broaden, so that initially the utilizations are things like like art, music, collectibles, and then people are using them in gaming. But I think over time there will be more and more uses for NFTs that are purely digital, that are sort of exercisable rights only in the digital sphere. But then others that will have bridges or links or pairs to real world things. So, you could have NFTs that represent hotel keys that are tradable. You can have NFTs that are, tickets for concerts. There will be more and more cases for these. And I think, treating NFTs thoughtfully is going to be very, very important in getting from, what people refer to is from a Web 2 to a Web 3 society, whereas in Web 2 right now it has a lot of benefits and conveniences. Zoom, like we're using today, is a wonderful centralized service that we can actually look at each other, which that requires kind of bandwidth and other technology. It was much harder to do video calls 10 or 15 years ago. 10 or 15 years from now, when we do this and we're all in different cities, it will feel much more immersive, and we'll be sitting in chairs, and we'll have our avatars around us and so on. But in Web 2, you rent your everything. If you have a book from Amazon, you're renting it. If you have music on Apple, you're renting it. If you have videos on YouTube, even if you put it up there, it's not yours to do with it as you will. It's under a license agreement. So whereas with NFTs, those can be purely owned. You can put them on a platform, take them somewhere else, sell them. So the technology is there are many use cases for the technology. Some will be financial, some may be consumer products, some may be fall into other categories. So we can't have one size fits all just because it's a digital asset, because we'll have to look at the underlying goals and behaviors.
So it would depend on the nature. Is that what you're essentially saying, that it would depend on the nature and the scope of what we're trying to achieve with the NFTs and so on?
Yeah, I was going to add just one more thing on that. So, I think, right, it's too hard. Like we've already seen what case by case regulation looks like in the US, because nobody, it's often hard to tell whether something is or is not a security because it's case by case. So I'm not, so a case by case approach, better boundary, clearer boundary and line drawings, I think will be very important. But I was spoke at a conference yesterday in New York, and I said that right now the market cap of all non-fungible tokens is about 1% of the market cap of fungible tokens. And I said, I think this is one of the most interesting but mispriced ratios in the world, because most things in the world are non-fungible. And so over time, I think that the ratio of non-fungible tokens to tokens will grow from 1% to 10 to 25 to 50 to parity, and will eventually dwarf fungible tokens. A bit of a bold prediction, but I think looking ahead 5, 10, 15 years, I think we'll find something like that. And so we need to make sure we're not doing something one size fits all.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And on that note, I'd like to thank all of our speakers for their contributions to today's panel. We've raised a couple of issues here, and we are looking that we are, like we said earlier, at the beginning of a very wide adoption cycle for different legislative pieces and regulatory frameworks coming in. So thank you very much to Harris, Patrick, and Jeff for joining today. And then I think we're off to a coffee break, and we'll move on to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. You might enjoy a very, very quick coffee break and be back in 15 minutes to start with our next panel. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now introducing our 5th session on sustainability powered by blockchain and how to measure it. It will be moderated by Professor Sula Luca. You have the floor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to our panel discussion on sustainability powered by blockchain and how to measure those. Modern societies are affecting our planet, our societies. Resources are getting drained by the rising populations and consumption rates. We are polluting the environment and changing the Earth's climate at alarming rates. It is predicted that temperatures will rise by 2 degrees Celsius by 2050, causing the melting of the ice and the rising of the sea levels. At the same time, our planet, our home, is losing much of its biodiversity, which scientists say will cause unforeseen and unpredictable consequences on life on Earth. Blockchain, on the other hand, known as the underlying technology behind digital currencies, has applications that well beyond that and could act as a catalyst to sustainability. So we have with us, and I'm happy to say, an all-ladies panel of experts, all role models in their corresponding area of expertise, with the will and the power to make the world a better place. They will be discussing how blockchain technology can assist in sustainability. We have with us, starting with Marina Niforos, UBOV expert panel, and from Logos Global Advisors, Christina Lilinek, CEO of Blackbird Law, Mariana De La Roche, lead project manager of IOTA Foundation, and also co-chair of Social Impact Group of INATPA, and Ash Costello, UBOV expert panel. So I will start, please allow me to start first with Marina. Marina, a question for you. Why blockchain for sustainability issues, and how it's currently used for supply chain transparency?
So good afternoon or good morning, depending on your time zone. So I will try to address what it's a very vast range for the question. So why sustainability in supply chain? So when I first started my work with blockchain, it was in the context of a collaboration with the International Finance Corporation. And one of the first white papers we did is how we could use the potential of this new technology in order to solve some real problems in supply chains. So supply chains are, I would say, a use case that really lends itself to the potential endemic benefits of blockchain technology because it's ripe with complexity. It has multiple stakeholders that don't necessarily have an environment of trust. It crosses many jurisdictions. As we all know, global trade, and products now may cross up to 20 jurisdictions before they actually end up in the hands of consumers. So here is a technology that can provide us with the opportunity to have real-time auditable data that is immutable once it's gone on the blockchain, that can be shared by all. And again, this is sort of the extreme scenario because there are other scenarios where access can be made by design, etc. But this is sort of the basic sort of endemic attributes of blockchain that seem to fit very well on what the problematic is in supply chain as a whole, which is successive processes that get replicated, duplication of data as you cross from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, lack of conformity and interoperability on standards, et cetera, et cetera. Now, when it comes to sustainability, and from the beginning, for me, blockchain seemed to have enormous potential because we do have a lot of pressures from stakeholders, regulatory pressure that are incentivizing, I would say, companies to move further into reporting and enforcing certain sustainability standards. Initially, it was focused very much on the E, but now it's become also on the S. So ESG, more largely than just environmental. And we could have potentially a mechanism which allows us to have transparency in terms of that, of those sustainability metrics and actions for which the different economic participants have committed to in one sole mechanism. So this for me is the great potential. What is happening right now, we do not yet have what I would say sort of a mass scale emerging standard that we're seeing. What we're seeing is mostly experimentation, and I'm sure Mariana later will talk his hands-on experience of some of the experimentation that's happening with digital MRV systems. There's different forms that experimentation is taking. Some are sort of initiated by multilaterals like the Climate Warehouse and the World Bank. Others are initiated by consortia, others within the World Economic Forum and private institutions and other stakeholders. And some are sort of more multinational hub with their own supply chain initiatives in verticals such as in food and agriculture or in pharma or in shipping, etc. So there's still kind of a bit of a silo, but we're seeing, I think, a consciousness that's being raised, and the regulatory pressure has made that awareness come into fore, that we need to be putting some real tools on the ground, and that blockchain can be a good solution in having a cost-effective tool in that domain. I leave it here, and maybe we can discuss a bit more.
Thank you, Marina. I will just follow with another short question with you regarding the upcoming EU blockchain observatory forum and report and forum report on blockchain and supply chain transparency. Any comments on that?
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the forum and all of the other colleagues who participated in it or were reviewers. So it got released yesterday. I think we have tried to put together some ideas with different perspectives from the more conceptual side. So why supply chain, transparency becoming an imperative for companies because of developments, like I said before, on the regulatory space, but not only. Why it's very difficult for even companies with means to, let's say, execute some of those objectives because of that complexity, and scope 3 becomes a real challenge when you're, let's say, a retailer with 40,000 suppliers across the globe. And another one, which I think it's very important, which is we need to address that not only from the North Pole perspective, which is let's create this very sophisticated tools that can help our corporates. We need to address it also from the South Pole and emerging markets, because the supply chain connects all of us. And unless we have cost-effective tools that do not require extreme sophistication and large budgets, this will make the people who are putting the information at the entry of the supply chain in emerging markets, the coffee growers, the campesinos, etc., have real problems in appropriating and putting the right data in. So I think we should be very conscious of that when we're deploying new solutions.
Thanks. Well, continue with the supply chains. I'm moving to Christina. And Christina, can you please tell us some of the best known supply chain blockchain-based applications?
Well, I mean, I don't know which ones really are the most for supply chain per se. I mean, I work more with the carbon credit market, I would say, but I can just add on to what Marina said there, that, you know, the blockchain for the supply chains, that is just like the technical solutions that's going to make things easier. It's not going to make the data good. And that's where I see that it's a weak point, but it can also help make it more efficient. And that so in case a company that could be not a North Pole company then, but in a developing country or so, if they have in some way been securely verified that they don't use child labor or that it comes from the actual source, so it's verified there on the ground, then all companies buying things from such a supplier could get access to the same information. And then, you can trace it all the way back. So in that sense, I think sometimes when it comes to supply chain, people are, well, in general, I should say, are thinking about blockchain like it's like some magical solution that's going to solve everything. But you have to keep in mind that it's just like a technical tool, and it still remains a lot of issues to be solved more with the data input more than the traceability advantages and all of those things that the blockchain enables.
Thank you, Christina. Anybody would like to add anything else on that? All right, then I will be moving to Ash. Regarding ESG, why is it so important to be reporting on ESG? We cannot hear you, Christina. We cannot hear you. Where's our...
Oh, are you saying to me? I thought you asked you, Ash.
It was for Ash. Ash, we cannot hear you. No. Then, oh, something is happening. Then I will move to Mariana then. Sorry, Ash, I cannot hear, we cannot hear you here. So I'm moving to Mariana, and then until we fix the problem there. Mariana, in the recently published INATBA report titled Blockchain and Climate Adaptation Imperative, it's mentioned that the blockchain community has likely unintentionally ignored climate adaptation. How can the blockchain community raise awareness of the benefits of adopting blockchain technology towards a more sustainable future?
Sure, thank you, and good afternoon and good morning to everyone. I think that first it is important to notice that the focus on mitigation is due to the positive mindset that we can still stop climate change. However, as we have seen in the past few years, as you mentioned, rising temperatures are already impacting communities in multiple regions. So yes, we should try to mitigate and prevent that the situation doesn't get worse, but we also need to be conscious that we are already paying the consequences of climate change. And I'm not saying that mitigation actions are not needed, of course they are. But as I said, they're like more focusing on like not getting into a worse situation than what we are right now. But I think there was Lisa, like you mentioned, that like the severe fires and the dry up lakes and rivers and the flooding of entire cities and melting polar ice, among other catastrophes, are clear signs that we need to invest in adaptation measurements and solutions that help us to respond to the consequences of climate change that we have already. And the blockchain community is already raising awareness of the benefits of adoption DLT for sustainable future. So, for example, as Marina mentioned it, in the context of supply chain, the support of a fully trusted, immutable, and interoperable data system implemented with the DLT can improve the speed and automation and innovation that enables also to produce new adaptive business models to move faster to circular economy. So while mitigation can help us prevent significant damage to the environment, adaptation can help us to mitigate the consequences of the climate change that we already have here, such as the increase of refugees fleeing for infertile areas or flooding cities, and some of the negative impacts on the agriculture industry that at the end increase hunger, among other issues. So there are already excellent applications in climate mitigation regarding data transparency and tokenization of carbon credits that can be repurposed to climate adaptation. For example, integrating climate risk into supply chain, that apparently is the topic that we are discussing, can help the industry to identify where the impact of those risks can actually be produced and how to make the supply chain more resilient to the impacts of climate into the supply of goods or the whole supply chain as a whole. Moreover, I think that everything that happened with MRV system, I think that was also Marina who mentioned it. There are already a lot of advances that are going into this area. So there's a lot of pushing for the digitalization of MRVs, monitoring, reporting, and verification. So we get like more reliable and trustworthy climate data. And the DMRV projects answer to the need for improvement, the interoperability among the different systems and activities to avoid double counting and double claiming, as well as support climate change strategies and researchers to create like more cost-effective and efficient solutions to achieve their goals. But like MRV is completely in the mitigation area. So what we need to start thinking is how we repurpose these use cases to also support adaptations. And it's also important to say that there are use cases in the adaptation sphere. However, and what the report concluded is that these examples might have been a grave unintentional outcome as long as the adaptation impact was not considered when the project or the solution was being designed. So the adaptation outcome at the end in this moment for most of the blockchain projects is more like a pleasant secondary effect. And we need to start like actually like thinking how to do it on purpose. And I think that was the call to action of the report.
Thank you, Mariana. I will continue with the same report that refers also to the necessity of a toolkit that will provide resources for analytical, financial, and operational technologies related to climate adaptation. Who do you think would be the stakeholders to be involved in the development of such a toolkit?
So I believe that the stakeholders should be a coalition of climate researchers, institutions, like technical experts taken from the public, private, and the nonprofit sector. And ideally, the stakeholder configuration would also have a participatory approach that involves communities and actors operating at the local level who are the most vulnerable to climate change impact, right? So community involvement helps us to understand short-term priorities so that the actions that we are designing, but like the interventions that we are deciding can directly impact the current context, as well as aiming to generate long-term impact. So we just don't want to just go there, implement a solution, and then just like go, which was the traditional way of doing interventions at the local level, but rather like how we work together with the community and understanding what are the main priorities, and we design the priorities with them to actually address the needs. Moreover, I think that it's essential to have representative for the financial sector to ensure that the implementation not only will fit the context, but also that the projects will have the resources to be deployed and scale. And I don't think that this is an issue only for the blockchain sector, but particularly with the report that we produce, is another report that we produced in 2021 about the blockchain for good. One of the main challenges that the projects highlighted, the projects that participate in the report, of course, is how to access funds. So the financial sector needs to be a key actor when we are discussing how to move forward. And also, most important, at least as I see it right now with the current context, especially in Europe, is the policymakers. So how we involve them as well, so regulation does not block innovation and actually incentivize companies and projects. So the European Commission, for example, should promote the development of a proper environment for the proliferation of these solutions and innovations that incentivize their development. And this can be done for like different kind of action. So one can be organized in spaces, online, on-site, hybrid, like this one. So solutions can be presented and they can be replicated or get some attention so they get investment. But also like via grants and subsidies, they can support projects and initiatives. But mainly the role that I see, and especially for the Commission, will be supporting at the regulatory level when discussing how to regulate the technology for the future. So having an open conversations with industry players and projects and talking to them to understand what are the needs of the industry to keep growing and generating positive impact while also protecting consumers and users. So bringing these parties when they are producing the legislation, like what happened with MiCA, what's going to happen with like the MiCA 2.2 and the NFTs and the DeFi in the next couple of months and years. So open this dialogue to actually consider the needs of the industry and not block innovation.
Thank you. Ash, shall we try again? Let's see. No. Nope. Sorry. Then I'm gonna give you some more time, Ash, to check it out, and I'm going to Christina then. Christina, starting with some basic things. Why calculating carbon footprint matters, and how can the use of blockchain and DLTs enable a market for measurable sustainability that is actually traceable and immutable?
Yeah, I mean, why we measure carbon footprint is obviously that, both, primarily corporations that produce all the emissions, they need to lower them. And as Mariana said before, then, you can have carbon credit and carbon offsets to measure and limit then how much corporations emit into the atmosphere, of course. So that is why that is important, and that there is created now a marketplace for all of these things, where because you said in the previous question too that the blockchain community haven't been thinking so much about the environment, but I actually don't agree with that. I think they are. And for instance, they have these voluntary carbon markets for everyday citizens to buy that to offset voluntarily their own carbon footprint. And then the regulatory mandatory carbon credits that are assigned can also, be traded on blockchain. So I can see that more, and there's also already, they already have marketplaces for that, such as, or air carbon exchange and places like that, where you can trade the voluntary ones. And blockchain could also be used to set up one, I guess, for the government issued ones from the EU. And there, what I would like to say also there is that it's a shame in one way that it has become kind of a not sharp tool with the carbon offsets. For instance, there are no uniform rules for how they are generated throughout the world, and also you have to consider they have different good or bad qualities. So the good quality ones are more expensive than the bad quality ones, which is a little bit strange. So if the EU wants to do something there, they should work internationally, I would say, to create a system where the carbon offsets are calculated in a uniform way, because there has been a lot of scammy where they have used forests that they planted like 10 years ago and they register that as an offset, and then the carbon credits are bought, and it's not really bringing any better solution. Well, it's not bringing any better solution for the environment, actually, I would say. So I see that there, from the voluntary, you have to do a lot of other things than just do the carbon credit trading, because that has more turned into an asset class now that's traded like stocks or whatever on speculation, and people are looking to earn a lot of money, kind of like NFTs then. And I guess you could, you can tokenize carbon credits. And the upside there, I would say, with blockchain solutions is that you can track, the generation to whoever purchase it, and when it's burned and things like that. So it's a good way of keeping track of them, but it still needs a lot more regulation around the world to sort it out, I would say. And also there, if we're going back to other blockchain companies creating, because I work for a company that works in, it's working to work in Africa to set up eco farms, where the farming will bring both, farming and livestock it will bring soil improvement, it will bring food security, it will bring renewable energy projects and water generation. And all of that is enabled by blockchain. So I think there's a lot of voluntary projects where you can, track and monitor real positive things you do, and that is not only related to carbon. So I think there's a lot of possibilities for really cool blockchain solutions, and I think carbon credits are maybe not the only answer to the problem, especially considering that it's 20 companies only in the world that's does 1/3 of all the emissions worldwide. So we could maybe crack down on them a little bit more too.
Thank you, Christina. You're absolutely right on this, yes. Ash, shall we try again?
Testing? Any luck? Hooray! I'm lucky. Okay.
All
All I have to say is gold. It was worth it.
Okay, just repeat the question then now for everybody to remember. Why measuring ESG and reporting it is important?
Because it's saying what gets measured gets managed. So if it's not measured, it's not going to be managed. And it's important for the need for sustainability management, and the drive for sustainability has come from individuals. People are adopting veganism, people are adopting eco practices and eco materials, and that's come from individuals. It hasn't come from governments or businesses. And so we as individuals need to see the reporting so that we can choose to work with companies who have ESG practices. So how do we do that? Excuse me. We see the reports that these companies produce. They can only produce those reports to encourage us as investors and as consumers if they have measured their ESG practices. So again, what gets measured gets managed. The reason you need measurement then as well is, I think that's the main point. Yeah, bottom line, companies are only going to do what brings income into them. So
This is a question that I was just thinking about. But many companies believe that if they actually practice ESG, then they are not going to be as profitable. Is this actually true?
That's certainly something that people worry about. And if you adopt an ESG approach, if you invest the technology to allow you to track practices and raw materials that are organic or that have any of that kind of ESG type ethos to them, it is more expensive. So that is one of the reasons that people don't want to do it. So businesses did not deliberately choose, very few businesses, I'll say, 95% of businesses over the last few years, they didn't decide, oh, we want to be ESG because it's good. Most businesses are choosing an ESG route because they're being forced to, and they're being forced to by individuals. So they're not being forced to by regulators, now they are, but the groundswell came from individuals up, and that drove regulators to think, oh, this is important. So it's kind of a bottom-up regulation, and that has been happening not just in ESG and sustainability and, climate change. That has come, every other area where there's been big developments over the past few years, privacy, for example, that has been coming from individuals forcing regulators to take action. So that kind of measurement, companies didn't choose this. So, forcing them to do their ESG, and then the accountability of having them report on their ESG practices is I think really key when it comes to actually achievable sustainability, and not just saying, yeah, we care about the environment, or we care about people, or we care, we're anti-slavery. Show us that you are, and prove it, and so these measuring tools, they're essential so that we as individuals can see that companies are doing this. The Deloitte Center for Financial Services actually conducted some research in this, and they believe that before 2025, 50% of all professionally managed investments will have an ESG focus. And that, again, it's because we as investors, we as consumers, we want to purchase, investments that support ESG funds. So to answer your question, you asked there about why people are doing this. It's because they're being forced to. And because it's expensive, you have to force them to do it. It is expensive. But then supply and demand, the more there is a demand, the more there is a push for companies to buy, ESG raw products, to invest in practices that are ESG friendly. That will decrease the cost of these goods. So, the cost of adoption of any new element, any compliance is always going to be expensive, and then it just becomes market practice, and it is much easier to comply once that first hurdle is crossed.
Thank you, Marina. I think you want to add something.
Yes, I have a slightly different opinion, and allow me to express it, Ash. So I think that pressuring people and instilling the fear of the stick in them is one side of the equation. But I think the other side is we haven't explained enough to companies that this is an enormous opportunity. So when this transition to climate action is seen only as an external constraint, it's seen as a cost. When it's seen as an opportunity for new business models for serving consumers, as you said, new segments, new ideas, reducing costs that they have that will be coming because of the cataclysmic effects of climate change, then it becomes a business opportunity, and it becomes an investment cost, not a outright cost. So I think blockchain or no blockchain, I think the important thing is to get to the inflection point where the business community realizes that this is a tremendous business opportunity and not just the risk to be managed. When we talk about digital transformation, huge outlays, capital outlays are made, but they're justified at boards around the world. And I haven't seen on a couple in the past 5 years. It's justified because it's necessary for future growth. So I think the same argument should be made around climate. Because in the context of the supply chains, we have a lot of regulatory pressure, and you said it very correctly. It's gotten top down because the stakeholders have been pushing in that direction. So it came in response to that. And there are externalities. That's why also on the big level, there's a cost for Europe for pushing some legislation when others don't do it. So there's the European carbon adjustment mechanism to ensure they're not those externalities of climate non-action dumping, let's say, in European markets. But at the end of the day, I think the two sides have to come And there has to be a balance in the argumentation. If we need the corporate community to be onboarded on this and on a serious long-term fashion rather than ticking a box, because that's not sustainable. At least that's my own personal opinion. I think what we're seeing connecting the carbon markets that Christina mentioned, there's going to be a huge demand for offsets because no one is ready to be doing yet scope 3 to the extent that it's required. And that creates potential for market failures, for greenwashing, for fudging data around what is a carbon credit. And you mentioned it's unregulated. So, you know, someone turns their back, things happen. So I think that's where regulatory pressure for me is a necessary, but it's not a sufficient condition. I think now we need to focus on onboarding the corporates and the innovators that Mariana said before, so that they can start thinking together about practical ways of making this happen.
Can I jump in?
I agree with you, Marina. Yes, and I do believe that if corporations do not look at it as an opportunity for them, then we have failed. And on the other hand, people are becoming, at least I would like to think so, they're becoming more sensitive to the sustainability issues, and they will follow the corporations that are sustainable friendly.
Correct.
Yeah, Christina, I think you wanted to say something first, and then
yes, I want to add on to that discussion because I don't like the very big stick that is being used a lot now, I would say. I mean, sometimes that can make things go the other way. Like you can see now the energy crisis we have in Europe. Yeah, it's partly due to a war, but it's also because the ESG scores where we have, you know, changed our energy system, maybe too quickly, with good intentions, but it didn't turn out so well. So I think you should be really careful with the stick, because I hear people talking about, you know, individual carbon credits so that every citizen, you know, we were talking about the digital IDs before, which I can say that I'm really extremely critical of those. I don't like them at all. I think that is creating not, you know, any benefits really for the citizens. It's more like a control mechanism because there's no regulation on when you can't use them and all of this. And then if you combine that with CBDCs and also individual carbon credits, then you create more of a maximum security prison kind of a setting. So I think, you know, voluntary and rather reward and have more carrots than you have sticks would be a lot better solution to have going forward. And, you know, you can't just stare at just carbon, because carbon is, well, it's a huge part of it, but there's also different things, you know, like you can say electricity cars are better for the environment than regular cars, but then they also emit more pollution from the tires and all of that since they're more heavy. So it's very complicated issues that many people are trying to make more simple than they are and push. So I would rather say that, you know, spend a lot of money on finding innovative solutions. And I think, you know, when you look at the private sector and the little startups, help them out, because there's a lot of people that have awesome ideas that, you know, goes everything from soil improvement in my case to, you know, other application areas. So because right now it's the big corporations that can afford to be compliant. The small ones cannot afford to be compliant, but maybe they have the best ideas there. And it's not always that bigger is better. If you have farming, for instance, then you have large fields of monocrop and GMOs and all of that. And that's not better for the environment than an eco farm where you have, you know, soil generation and certain, you know, regenerative farming, and the animals actually add with the manure and all of that to bring the microorganisms in the soil back and make that better, whether that is in Africa or in Europe or wherever in the world, right? So I think the stick approach has gone a bit overboard, and I think we should move to more carrots, actually.
Sorry, can I jump in on that? Because I was going to just like go for exactly the same, especially the comment that you made that like only big corporates can be compliant, and I completely agree on that. And it's just like applying ESG is not cheap, and if you just like trying to incorporate like these standards to like a small blockchain projects that are trying to just like build their solutions, they're gonna fail. Like they're gonna get bankruptcy. They don't have, especially because like when you have like these entrepreneurs, they are not like impact measurement experts. So how we actually like design tools that allow them to just like follow a simple like line of steps, so they can actually showcase the impact that they are generating without like putting them in the same area of like big corporations that actually can just like spend millions of euros paying for external advisors to implement ESG. And one of the things that we did within ADPA last year was exactly that, like how to start creating a model for small and medium-sized projects, blockchain projects working on sustainability topics, so they can have like a series of steps that they should consider during implementation, the design of the project implementation, and the evaluation of the project, so they can showcase some of the impact that they are doing to potential stakeholders or donors to actually keep scaling. So on that, Christine, I think that you're completely right. And then one last comment that I wanted to say more on what Marina mentioned, and it's just like I also think that like it's not just thinking in profit, but actually it's a change of mindset that comes with education and awareness raise, and it's how we shift from the mindset of linear economy where everything is like to make profit to more a circular economy when you have like sources value, environmental value, customer value, information value. So how we actually just like switch that mindset, and of course like might be a little bit too idealistic to think that that's the only way, but I do think that it's like the education and raising awareness that we can just like move forward to do that switch, not with a stick as was mentioned before, but more incentive. I saw like some really good examples in the Netherlands, like at the individual levels, but of course it's more based on incentive base that people react better to those.
Thank you, Mariana. Ash, I think you wanted to say something in regards to this.
Yeah, I was going to echo what Mariana and Christina were saying, that it's incentivize people to adopt them. So there are incentives currently for for entrepreneurs to develop these tools, the measurement tools, and the various different types of tools involved in sustainability. But there are some, but I think a larger focus and more investment in supporting businesses and individuals who want to adopt sustainable practices. So there has been some in Europe over the past few years, but it doesn't matter how wonderful all the new, sustainability practices and the tools and all of that is. If you're a small business, a small local hotel in the middle of nowhere, can you afford to have, to adopt all these new sustainability practices or measurement tools, or so to help people adopt everything that's being developed, I think it will be a huge tool. It doesn't matter how good any technology is, if people don't adopt it, it doesn't work. And practices. So I think that will be a huge step in improving sustainability, not just for big corporations, but for little ones. And there's more. Yeah. So I think that's a huge step that needs to be encouraged.
Thank you, Ash. I will continue also with you with my next question. How can blockchain actually maximize the potential of ESG initiatives?
Because blockchain allows for traceability and also real-time traceability and trackability, this makes it a fantastic resource when it comes to measuring and also recording. So I was working last year with a company, and I call their product like Tinder for trucking. And so what they do is they match up trucks and loads and produces and drivers, and they maximize the available resources. They also maximize the routes. So that is just one tiny example of how blockchain can make a huge example. Rather than having empty trucks, rather than having food go to waste, rather than having drivers taking a not very good route, blockchain and that kind of real-time transparency and real-time collaboration, real-time matching of resources is a way that it's an example of what blockchain can achieve. Before that, you'd have like half-empty things arriving in places, there was waste. So that one example kind of gives you an example of how blockchain can make things work. You're less waste, better use of resources, better use of time, better use of everything. So I think you see that across the board. And with supply chain, there's another supply chain I worked with, AgriLedger, and what they do is they take payment at the end. So they're an agricultural supply chain, does what it says in the tin, and so they don't pay suppliers along the way. They pay at the end when the product, for example, gets to Walmart. The money that's paid then kind of flows back all the way to the farmers in Haiti. So that shows currently, farmers are previously farmers in like remote areas would get pennies for items that were selling for pounds. Blockchain enables that trust and transparency of all the suppliers all the way through that very long supply chain to wherever it ends up. And then that flows all the way back down to the farmers so that the farmers are getting, proper money for their goods. And so that is another example of how blockchain is making a huge impact when it comes to sustainability.
Thank you, Aj. Mariana, now with your hat as the co-chair of the social impact group of INATPA, what are the plans of INATPA, this social group of INATPA for 2023?
Well, there's a lot going on there, but like currently we are conducting a survey among INATPA members to identify what are the main areas of interest in sustainability and social impact, so we can prioritize those in 2023. But we have a lot of going on to just like give continuity to what we have been implementing in 2021 and 2022. So we just finalized. Long story short, we conducted a report that came out of a survey with like 69 projects back in 2020, 2019. And this report highlighted challenges that the projects face when trying to implement or deploy solutions that are in the area of sustainability, especially in the area of sustainable development goals. And what we have been doing so far is trying to address those challenges. So one of the challenges was that there was not a common definition of what social impact is among the different projects. So when we talk about social impact, every project was referring to different things. So we were working with the group in creating a unifying definition of social impact that we finalized this month. And we are collecting right now input from the Academic Advisory Board of INATPA, so we can finalize it and distribute it with different projects and actually put it out there. So when we talk about or speak about social impact, we are all clear in what we are referring, so we speak the same language. And then the other thing that the projects reflect, and one of the things that we have discussing here, is that they didn't know how to prove that they were achieving impact or the kind of impact that they were producing. So we work on a unified, simplified model for medium and small blockchain projects that don't have the capacity to accomplish ESG or hire external consultants to do the measurement for them. And it's some simple steps that they can take into consideration during the design, implementation, and evaluation of the project, so they can showcase the impact at the end. And then besides that, we are involved in an initiative called Blockchain 100+, which is together, I saw that you were talking with some of the GBBC people in the panel before that are involved there. We are working also with like Blockchain for Good, Positive Blockchain, EPE, Climate Change Coalition. And it's an initiative that intends to generate or like support, contribute, to contribute to the UN Charter values by mapping the blockchain ecosystem for good worldwide, and also organizing 3 regional consultations to understand what are the blockchain priorities in the regions and how blockchain projects and organizations can actually contribute to achieve the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs in the remaining time before the deadline. So as I said, there is a lot of going on. And especially for this initiative, we are always looking for partners that want to contribute, especially in the regional consultations that can bring the expertise of the blockchain sector, but also the nonprofit sector and the financial sector, academic sector. So we want actually to just bring all the stakeholders that I mentioned before, so they can contribute to what is going to be this contribution to the UN Charter values.
Thank you, Mariana. Marina, talking about the European Commission, what measures do they need to take to promote the added value of blockchain in sustainability and supply chain in general?
Well, I think I covered part of that question already in our prior discussion. So I think that one of the biggest weapons in the arsenal is regulatory pressure, but that has been well underway with sort of 3 different initiatives that, you know, address either from the financial markets perspective or the corporate governance perspective, or let's say the cross-border operationality perspective. So I think there's several initiatives and they are, I would say that the need is not for additional regulatory layers, but rather a harmonization of the demands on companies amongst all these different initiatives, which is not always clear on the ground. And that it becomes kind of, it makes an opaque environment at times, which makes the decisions about which is the right choice and the priorities to set in terms of compliance somewhat difficult. And I say that as someone who is on a board and I'm very convinced of everything we're saying, but it's always difficult to see, you know, how do you do that? You need a lot of translators as a company, and the less resources you have, to get back to Mariana's and Christina's point, you know, SMEs do not have the luxury of having expensive advisors that can sort of translate all these things. So I think that the policymaker and the public authority has a clear role there to play as being perhaps the initiator of a public good in establishing a simple, easy to use toolkit that would be available to companies on sort of agnostic of all these different million standards that make sense, and that it's easy to use for companies to ensure that they're both compliant on the risk side, but it also starts changing their behavior on the strategy side. So they don't look at it with fear, but they look at it as an opportunity. The other big thing is investment. I think we've pushed and we've created the negative incentives. Now we need to be able to create the tools that get into the people's hands to implement these things. So putting the innovators with access to capital is very important. You know, I was an evaluator at the jury of the recent promotion of the EIC, and I was sort of in a focused jury on climate, or somewhat climate, I would say climate ESG focus. I saw great ideas, but most of them were in verticals and very specific applications. I didn't see one that was looking at this sort of vertical supply chain reporting mechanisms. And I think we need to be, the Commission and the other authorities, EIB, EIC, should be able to direct the investment strategy for innovation in those areas to create the tools that are necessary for making compliance an easy task, and actually also going to the heart of the thing, which is we want more transparency. Like, it's not just about being compliant, it's about getting the job done of having the transparency there. And that will provide clarity then as a positive spillover effect to the carbon markets, right? So it's all a domino effect. It can be a negative domino effect or a positive one. And when we're doing these things, I'll go back to the digital divide. We cannot ignore, I know the EU is very strong on supporting you know, our neighboring developing countries. We cannot forget that this is also part of it, and it should be in the strategy of support.
Absolutely agree on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add there in terms of regulation, because the question was whether the Commission should enact more legislation. And I think, I mean, the problem with our regulatory bodies, whether that's the national or the EU ones, is not that they make too little regulation. It's more that they make too much and sometimes conflicting with one another, and sometimes too early without doing a proper, what do you call that? The analysis of what the consequences of the legislation would be. And like they said in the legal discussion previously regarding NFTs and that you had with the American lawyer there, you know, sometimes you can hinder innovation if you're too quick on the, you know, legislation trigger button. So, you know, and the same thing there, be careful with it, because now it seems like there's all this regulation is just being rushed out there without knowing what consequences it will have. And maybe we will bite ourselves in the hiney if we do that too much. So maybe take a wait and see approach, and rather a light touch than the heavy hammer. So I just want to say, because I think they're going a bit overboard with all the regulations, and I'm a lawyer, so so even I think so.
Thank you, Christina. Mariana, you want to say something, or I thought so?
No, that like I'm also a lawyer and I have the same feeling right now.
In the last few minutes that we have left, I would like your thoughts on many say that blockchain actually, because of the energy consumption, actually works against sustainability. What do you think on this? Christina, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can say something about that. I mean, I think that in one sense, it's a correct statement. But on the other hand, everything that is human innovation, human life, depends on energy. So we can't say we're not going to have any energy. Then I would say energy is good because energy creates progress and innovation, and it can be something good. I'd rather that we then throw a lot of money at innovation, how to make it more efficient, and find the new good solutions, instead of also there rushing into ineffective ones. I mean, big changes like we're going to have to see. I mean, still fossil fuels are, our core that we depend on for life right now. So that's not going to be something that we can switch from one day to the next and just, it's not going to go well. But so energy is good, but there could be good and bad ways of creating that energy. So just like all the investors, throw your money into all the innovators that are doing good solutions instead of, trading carbon credits that doesn't have any real significance. That's what I would say.
Next, anybody else would like to add something on this?
I can add something small, but on top of like what Christina just said, it's just like we cannot pack everyone in the same package, I would say. And of course, there are like some protocols that generate more energy consumption and need more energy to actually implement the solutions. But not all of them are like that. There are like new solutions, and there are like new generations of protocols that actually are carbon neutral, and they actually support like these sustainable solutions without actually like creating like a impact that strong on energy. Of course, impact in energy is going to be because we need energy for absolutely everything, as Christina said. But like the thing is that, and I think that that's a really big misconception that plays against the whole industry, is when we start to generalize that all the blockchain protocols need high levels of energy because they use like computational power and blah blah blah. Like that's coming from like an ignorance point of view that is just like packing a lot of like a whole ecosystem of solutions into one box.
Thank you, Mariana. Ash?
I agree that there's Bitcoin and some other blockchains, they do consume a lot of energy. One of the things about that, though, is because I was working with some Bitcoin miners, and their biggest expense is energy. And so these guys, they're very bright guys. What they're doing is they're looking at ways to reduce the cost of producing energy. They're looking at new energy, new ways to create energy. So that's a byproduct of, the fact that some blockchains, not all of them, as Mariana said, but some blockchains are they do consume a lot of energy. And I think it's really encouraging to see that there's a lot of investment going into this to see about, producing and developing new sources of very cheap energy. On the flip side of that, then, I've also seen people who are producing green Bitcoin. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to use biofuel to use the energy. So everything, there's a knock-on effect of everything. The fact that some blockchains are so heavy on energy consumption is driving innovation in cheaper energy.
Thank you, Ash. And Marina?
Well, I think most of it has been said, and I think I will add to that I think there's a consciousness or an awareness even on the industry that this is a problem that they need to address. I don't think we're in the early Bitcoin years. I think we're starting to see a sense of maturity in the industry as a whole. People are looking actively to switch for their energy sources, like Ash said, to renewables and sort of positioning their mining centers to close to those sources of energy. So I think there's not everyone, but I think the industry as a whole is starting to become more conscious as they become also more mainstream, that they have to have an answer to this because this is a serious issue for stakeholders, for consumers, and for the users after all. So.
Thank you, Marina. Well, ladies, I would like to close this session by first thanking you for your contributions and for the lively discussion. I would like to thank our participants, and of course, last and not least, the organizers and the people behind the scenes that I don't really see them here now, like Mariana and Doña and Aliki and the rest of the team that have made this a reality. So thank you all. And we're moving to the next session, I guess.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Ciao.
Thank you very much, ladies, for a very, very wonderful discussion. We are now moving to the sixth and final session for this event on trusted voluntary carbon credit markets via blockchain technology. This session will be completely hybrid and it will be moderated by Arno Levin, co-founder of WebNode. Arno, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I hope you can all hear me. Well, yes, I see nodding all around. The last panel of a long day, I briefly looked into the event that you're having in Nicosia this morning when I was having breakfast. So I know that you have been discussing blockchain and all kinds of issues from every angle already for a full day. So I hope that you will stick with us for this last panel, which is, in my opinion, very interesting and a very, I would say, timely topic because voluntary carbon markets and carbon markets in general are a hot topic. And I think all of us here in the panel believe that that blockchain has a role to play in that. To kick this off, before I will introduce, or actually I will let the other panelists introduce themselves, maybe a few words to introduce the topic. So I'm going to share my screen if Zoom allows me to do that. If you just stay with me for a second. I think now you should be able to see my screen. Yes, I see Martijn nodding. Thank you very much for helping me with that. So first of all, my name is Arno Lavin. I am indeed one of the co-founders of WB Node. I know a lot of people say WebNode, but that is something different. WB Node is our company name. We call ourselves strategy technology consultants for the decentralized economy. And we work for large and smaller companies, startups and ancient companies, I would say, to help them understand this technology of blockchain and other decentralized technologies and navigate them through this very interesting area. Full disclosure, you see on the bottom right that we're also working with Martijn on 06. So just that everybody is aware that they are one of our clients, but today I am a panel host, so I will ask the same. Yeah.
Can I interrupt? There's still a screen ahead of the presentation, at least for me it is. I think you need to click in. I can see a different screen ahead of the PowerPoint, so it's blocking the view.
Ah.
Okay, it's fine now. Sorry.
Is it fine now?
Yeah. All good.
Okay. Hopefully you see now the logos of companies that we work for.
Yeah. All good.
Okay.
I'm with you now.
Cool.
Sorry.
Thank you very much for the heads up. Enough about us. This full disclosure, again, we also work for 06. But today, as panel, as discussion leader, I will ask as tough questions to Martijn as I will do to the other two guests, or maybe to turn it around, I will be as polite to the other two panelists as I will be to Martijn. So no worries on that side, I hope. Why do we talk about carbon credits? Well, first of all, carbon credits are really essential in our efforts to reach net zero. In a study done by McKinsey regarding the carbon credit market, we see that on the business as usual emissions, we still have a huge gap if we want to get to net zero by 2050. So around 2030, there's a gap of around 23 gigatons of CO2 or CO2 equivalent emissions coming into the atmosphere. And we really need to close that gap, first and foremost, of course, by avoiding the emissions. But second to that is also offsetting emissions, current emissions that are still going on. So sequestering these through either deforestation projects or reforestation projects, actually avoiding, of course, deforestation. So there's a lot to do, and carbon markets play an essential role in that, and that this is the widely recognized consensus on the carbon markets, and especially on the voluntary carbon market, that we really need them. But there are also many issues with the current carbon credit market. To name just a few that I put on the slide here, but there are many more. And I don't know how many of you saw the clip by John Oliver's late night show on the carbon credit market, but he gave a very nice overview of everything that is wrong with carbon credits currently, and maybe that also guides us into ways to do it better. So first of all, we talk about accuracy. So how do we know that actually the emissions that are avoided, or the carbon that is sequestered through carbon credits, that is accurate? What are the measurements? How can we check that? What is behind that? Then a second problem, which is maybe one of the largest problems in the carbon credit market, is that of additionality. So does a project, for instance, that prevents trees from being cut down, would these trees really be cut down if not for the carbon project? There are examples of forests that are simply not possible to reach for forestry, so they would have not been cut down anyway, but they're still sold as carbon credits. The third is permanence. So once you give out a carbon credit, I mean, CO2 in the atmosphere has a long life. If you want to sequester carbon or CO2, then you really have to look at long time horizons. But for instance, again, and not because I have anything against forests, but because they are used a lot in carbon credit projects, who guarantees the permanence of these kind of projects? How long-lived are they? Then there's a problem, and this will be very familiar and bring immediately bring to attention to blockchain people. There's a double spending problem. So if you give out a carbon credit, we have to ensure that this is only used once for offsetting specific emissions, and not spent twice or even three times. And then last but not least, the co-benefits of certain projects. So how does the environment, how does the local community actually benefit from certain projects? That's also an important issue because we have seen projects where the local community actually suffered from the specific project that was generated and that was generating the carbon credit. So having said that, there's enough to talk about this afternoon. Well, maybe the core question is, can blockchain come to the rescue? With me are three distinguished panelists. From Toucan Protocol, we have Andy Stanner. From Senken, we have Jamel Mekibes. I hope I pronounce your name right. And from 06, we have Martijn Dekker. So what I would like to do now is I would like to give the floor, first of all, to Andy. And maybe you can give an introduction of the Toucan Protocol, of yourself, and answer the question: can blockchain come to the rescue?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. I am scrambling to share my desktop for the one slide that I prepared. But if I don't manage to do that, then we will also probably all be able to live on without it.
Here we are. You can see
Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Perfect. So, hi, my name is Andy. I'm product lead at Toucan Protocol. Management consulting background that took me into company building for a few years, built some companies there, and that ultimately led me into building one in the climate mitigation space, and which is where I found my passion. And a bit earlier than that, I found my private passion, my hobby passion in crypto in 2017, and then I found Toucan Protocol, which magically combined the both, and that led me to trying to help out there. What am I trying to help out with? So what we do is we are a infrastructure piece. We build the open and very transparent infrastructure that the carbon market can scale on. We believe that this will happen on chain. I'm sure that we're going to have some questions to dive deeper into this. Why on chain is fantastic for that. As per what we do is we take carbon credits, we provide a way to come on chain with them and sort of in terms of bridging. There's numerous registries. I'm sure you heard a lot about this today, and numerous standard programs that have them and that are basically filling the market with carbon credits, that we believe and we act on making this much more fluent and liquid, and therefore we build bridges. We then also build a registry, or basically Ethereum built a very nice registry and very nice ledger for all of us that we just basically customized in order to build up a meta registry of carbon credits. We then create another infrastructural piece, which we call pools. That's basically a function to give carbon credits a way of being transferred more liquid in the market and be used in more use cases, which we have seen a fantastic example or several fantastic examples. And we do that in order to do a market expansion with new use cases than those we had before. The one use case we had for carbon credits was retirement. And while this is a fantastic and very important use case, we see that there is much more. And we have 188 projects today, and every day there's a new one coming, or several, that build carbon credits and tokens and carbonized value basically into other use cases. And we're super happy to see that grow. And in order to reach the 100x that we put there on the bottom left in 2050, this is what we believe also use case or use cases that we need. 22 million carbon credits have found their way on chain by our infrastructure today. We're in the midst of a lot of consultations working with standards to make this number grow way more in the future. Yeah, we're on two chains currently, Polygon and Celo. Polygon is a layer 2 or a sidechain to Ethereum. Celo is a layer 1 with a big focus on sustainability. We're moving out to more of these chains as we speak. And yeah, that's it. That's Toucan in a nutshell.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I have tons of questions, but I will leave them for after the next introductions. If I could then go to Jamel, please, for your introduction. Maybe you can stop sharing, Andy.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Jamel, can I give the floor to you?
Sure, thank you very much. I'm about to share it as well. Great, I barely ever use Zoom these days. So now I need to get permission to Google, to Zoom to actually use it. Hold on one sec.
If you need more time, we can also change the order and we go to Martijn first. Is that
I think, yeah, let's because now it tells me that I have to close Zoom so that the permission does work. So I'll be back in a second, and then I'll take over the last spot. All right?
And thank you. And then we'll keep our fingers crossed that Martijn will actually be able to share on Zoom.
Let's see what I can make it work.
Yes.
Great. Well, thanks for great. I'll be able to join this discussion. So a little bit on my background. I've spent my entire career in energy for actually a big energy company, Shell. And part of that, I was in the end, I was actually developed Shell's strategy for offsets, and actually worked on Shell's strategy for digital. So a little bit like Andy, those two things came together when I left Shell and said, well, how can I help accelerate the energy transition, and how can we use technology? And the interesting thing from my Shell days, two things we're combining in 06 is, if we're talking about energy transition, it means we got to stop using oil and gas. It means we need to stop producing oil and gas. And all the solutions in policy space and a lot of technology space is focused on, well, let's build greener energy solutions, which is great. And of course, we got to do that. But there's not a lot of attention. Well, how do we wean ourselves of oil and gas? And what are the market mechanisms for that? So that's on one side. And Shell didn't have any answers for that either. For my Shell work on offsets, also realized that the biggest thing with offsets is, can it be trusted? I mean, that's the biggest question. And Arno referred to the John Oliver episode, and it was all about, can we trust this? And of course, he was undermining the trust, which is unfortunate because both Arno and Andy are right. The carbon markets will grow significantly and are one of the biggest mechanisms to actually get the world to a lower CO2 environment. So a little bit what we do on 06, we take a very simple concept is, why don't we just retire oil and gas production? Just shut it in and get credits for that, which provides a mechanism for oil and gas producers to shut in. I think I just caught the end of the last panel, and we all know we still need oil and gas for quite a long time. So you say, well, why is that a good idea? Well, in fact, in 06, we focus on retiring the most polluting wells. And I won't give a lot of statistics, but one statistics for the US is the bottom 200,000 wells in the US only produce 0.2% of the national production, but it generated 11% of the emissions and methane emissions. So if you just start shutting in like the bottom end of production, that would make a huge difference. And eventually, we created a market mechanism how we can phase out oil and gas as newer forms of energy and cleaner forms of energy come to the fore. Now, so that's great. So that's a new credit we're creating. But particularly for this forum, so well, how do we address some of the trust issues and the accuracy and the transparency of it? And that's why I think what we thought was very important, that the creation of the token of the carbon credit itself kind of happens on chain, because we've got these registries at the moment, but there are people who are making opinions on whether something is a good or a bad carbon credit, and that's get verified by other people who provide their standards, and it's just starting to become more and more complex. And I would love to get in a discussion with my fellow panelists later, because I think they provide a key solution to, well, how can we make it more liquid in the back end? How can we trade it more? How can we provide more liquidity? But I think the key thing that we're trying to address is, well, let's create the carbon credit on chain to begin with, so that we have independent verifiability and transparency on where the carbon credit came from. And it doesn't need human interventions. We can use smart contracts with, if the right information is provided, then a carbon credit is created. So that's what we try to do. are planning to use the energy web chain, which, as probably most of you know, is a very low energy use chain, which is good because it would be self-defeating if the whole process of providing carbon credits and shutting in production starts generating a lot of energy. So we're quite happy with that. Maybe the last thing is what we're doing. We think this is widely applicable. We think starting with carbon credits for shutting in oil and gas is kind of the killer app to start with, because there's so much regulation, there's so much data on oil and gas that it lends itself really to an automated, almost like algorithmic process of creating the carbon credit. But eventually, if you can do that for other credits as well, like if you can measure carbon in soils and that can be automated, you can see eventually we can bring more protocols on our platform where actually the carbon credit itself is created on chain. And after that, we'll provide a trading option as well. It's going to be tokenized and you can trade the credits on our platform, but that's not necessary. People can also take it off our platform and trade it on any platform they want. Anyway, let me pause there.
Well, thank you very much, Martijn, for that introduction. Again, I can imagine that there are tons of questions from the other panelists, but maybe also from the audience. So I don't actually know how the organizers have foreseen that we take questions from the audience, but we will get there probably after the third introduction. So Jamal, I hope that you have been able to upgrade actually to the next version of Zoom or whatever, and that now you are able to share your screen and give the floor to you.
Give it another try if the permission is now granted. It definitely looks better than before, so let's see. Right.
Yes.
You should be able to see something now. Cool. Yeah. Right. So I'm Jamal. I'm representing Zenken today. I'm one of 3 co-founders, and the journey of Zenken really started at some point last year. It started quite basic, as in creating like a calculation, like a way to calculate emissions of crypto trading, which then led into, well, how can we offset them now that we know how big they are? And that then led, and that's the very brief version of that, into understanding how much of a mess that carbon market is, because you then knew what the emissions were, but there was no way that someone who's not an absolute expert in the market would be able to navigate that from a transparency point of view, which then led to what is Zenken today. And I prepared a few more slides. I mean, some of the things have been already said, but it shows a little bit of what we're doing. We're a carbon marketplace, and we're already working closely together with our fellow colleagues from Toucan, which is the supply that we're currently providing on the platform. But going through the presentation here, so those are the problems that I think were already mentioned in the introduction, but the market was lacking transparency heavily. Everything is OTC, so even trading desks of the big energy providers or companies of the likes of Shell, etc. I mean, they've became really well at it, obviously over the years, but even they would be comparably manual considering what is possible from a technological point of view these days. So what we're aspiring to do is make it as easy, accessible as possible. We'll get to a little bit of that in the next slides, which is probably the more meaningful one and gives a better understanding if you're not familiar with the space. So we sit on the so-called application layer for the ecosystem. So we're basically the customer-facing part of the ecosystem. As I've already mentioned, we're working closely together with Toucan. So we've launched roughly 4 weeks ago. So we're the marketplace is live as we speak for a month. In the first version, obviously, we're working on multiple improvements and new versions of what we're intend to offer in the future. What you see below Toucan on this slide here is that Flow Carbon, who is already live on testnet. So basically the testing stage is already done, and I think we'll put it live over the next 2 or 3 weeks. which will bring the supply on our marketplace to somewhere in the area of 40 million credits that would then be buyable, sellable, and able to retire for anyone. Our approach is to use Web3 as a technology, but provide a Web2 interface that people are used to these days. So just worth mentioning, because I think both already mentioned that some of there's obviously Vera and Gold Standard, which are standing for plus 90% on the current carbon markets. But there are some protocols out there, like you see below Gold Standard, which is called Open Forest Protocol, who are actually looking into the verification and measuring aspect that was just mentioned before, which we believe as well is the way forward for a true native on-chain future. Which is, if we're all honest, the only way to catalyze that at a scale that we all need and the climate all needs as well. So we're super excited to see some more of those so-called DMRV solutions that will help us to scale big time. The other aspect that we're incredibly passionate about is to funnel the money not only into the market and ecosystem, but to the right sources where we believe they belong, which is in essence the product developers, and even one step further, the communities where those projects are, which are usually in the Southern Hemisphere by definition of how our world looks like. And there are definitely ways with native on-chain credits and smart contracts to funnel actual wealth into those communities that will be able to benefit on royalties basis that we all know from music industry and so on, but they would actually be able to benefit at scale, which would be the very first time that they would actually be able to have natural based assets as a source of not only a little income, but actual wealth, which would make it more attractive and again would encourage more climate action in those areas. That's what it looks like. We've mentioned pools before, and what you see here is actually still the token supply that you're seeing. What we're basically doing, and I don't want to confuse anyone unnecessarily, but what we're doing is basically unbundling those offers that are in the market and show single projects and provide the information for those single projects. Because we believe that that is a very essential part of making it as transparent as possible. What you see here as well is that we've already integrated B0 as one of the standards. You can think about B0 like the Moody's for the financial markets. And B0 has a standard which makes it fairly transparent to understand of what quality the respective project is. We are in the process of integrating more standards and review platforms as we speak, because we truly believe that the transparency of the market is basically the essence of making sure that the integrity is protected at all times, because we cannot have any greenwashing incidents that are blockchain related, because then we'll definitely be no better than what we claim we have to improve in the first place. I think the rest I can pretty much step over. I think that's probably just worth looking at, because it all depends on a ecosystem play, which is very important to say. So we don't see us in the tokenization market. We don't see us as a registry. We very much see that as an ecosystem play, right? So we are the application layer, but we are working closely together with, as I've already mentioned, the likes of Toucan that we're super close with, Flow Carbon, but all the others that are coming up are companies that we would absolutely love to support. Because in the end, we believe that every layer of that ecosystem and supply chain would have to be as good as possible in what they actually claim to solve in that chain of problems. And that way, I think we can guarantee a far superior standard to what the current markets are currently seeing. And that only works if we're collaborating as good as we potentially can to scale the market to the size that it actually requires to make a difference. Right, so far from my end.
Thank you very much, Janelle. Sorry, is there a question already? No, I thought that someone was saying something. So thank you very much for this. You can stop sharing your screen. Yes, thank you. So Jamal, to start with you, and a question that I have, and please everyone chime in if you have if you have a question to each other. But who would be your users, buyers on your platform? Because I think that one of the things that I found really interesting is that you're saying, well, we make it in a more Web2 friendly, user-friendly environment, because I think that a lot of crypto projects actually suffer from the fact that it is still not very user-friendly. So I applaud that, but also think, and who are then your users, buyers?
We very much see us as a clear B2B product, because we do believe that that's where the scale is. And I think it was mentioned in one of the introduction before as well, that the biggest polluters are like very visible. And I think that's where the corporates really are. I think what we have to talk about, I think it will happen in phases, to answer your question, because from my personal point of view, what we're seeing in the market is that a lot of CEOs of big corporations are currently, if they haven't done it yet, announcing their road to carbon zero or carbon neutral by year XYZ. This usually happens before they understand what that means. So I think they announce that, then they go back to their board meeting and they say, right, guys, I've just announced that we're carbon neutral by year X. So now we need to look into it and what that actually means. So that means that those corporates are actually still in the process of understanding their carbon emissions. And then you go into scope 1, 2, 3. I think most are happy if they're halfway understanding for 1 and 2. And I think pretty much all of them are still lost when it comes to scope 3. So what I'm saying is that I think the corporates, to move at scale, still have to move ahead on their journey of understanding what their emissions look like in the first place. So the first customers at scale we would actually see in the trading desks to start with, because they know the market inside out. They've been doing that for years, if not decades in some cases. So for them, we just provide a fairly easy solution to move volume in the market. Then the carbon accounting tools that are out there internationally are already in touch, and that's kind of where it links in with the corporates, right? So the corporates need someone to help them understand their journey, which is the carbon accounting tools or any other consultancies. And then I think when they've done that, that is when it then moves into offsetting after they've done their journey. So those carbon offset, carbon accounting tools are actually in need of supply sources as well. And what we would be able to, from a blockchain perspective as well, is to take the inventory risk that they are currently carrying, right? Because at the moment they would need to own their supply, or at least work with someone directly that does. And if they would do that via us, then we would be able to actually even support their business in a way, because they could actually provide even more resource to more customers internationally, because supply wouldn't be the bottleneck any longer. So that's why I think starting with trading desks, carbon accounting tools and consultancies, and then I think we'll see a trend that will happen fairly quickly, that I think more and more corporates, once they have understood it and they're familiar with the market, would move on to doing that directly.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. Moving on to Martijn, and actually sticking to the topic of the carbon credit buyers, because you said one of the issues that you see in the market is, can we trust this as one of the things that we need to solve? And I think that I hear that from all three of you. So you are representing oil and gas companies. Then the first thing is that comes to mind for carbon credit buyers, I could imagine, is, but can we trust oil and gas companies, and are these actually the kind of credits that we want to buy? What would you say to people actually asking that question, if there are carbon credit buyers that come to you with these questions?
Well, I mean, that's one of the benefits of creating like an independent platform. Like 06 is not an oil and gas company. We're an intermediary between developers, which in this case are people who are early retiring their oil and gas reserves. On the other end, buyers, and I think we're looking at similar buyers as Jamal talked about, like carbon trading desks, trading companies who want to have credits, corporates, same groups. And I think what's actually interesting is that one of the criticism of carbon offsets is often that we offsetting one thing with another thing, like we're offsetting the emissions of a plant that's belching out CO2 with planting a tree on the other end of the world, which there's nothing wrong with it. Look, I understand how it works, but there are buyers who actually are quite interesting to say, well, actually, I like to reduce oil and gas production in my community. And so why don't we retire some of the oil and gas wells, the oil production in my neighborhood, and I can use that to offset emissions in my neighborhood as well. So it can be a city, it can be a county, it can be a company that's operating in a certain area. For example, we're doing a pilot project in Colorado where people in general, the state likes to shut in oil and gas production, but there's still oil and gas production. And there are communities that actually are quite keen to help retire oil and gas early, and they can use it for their offsetting program.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan. Back to you, Andy. You said something that triggered me when you were talking about use cases. So you said your first use case was actually in the retirement of credits. Can you maybe explain a little bit why that is such an interesting use case and why you started there?
So I think, well, maybe I didn't make my point too clear. Like, I think the generally for carbon credits, the first use case is to retire them. So you package a positive externality, you set it off, and you account it basically against the negative one. So that is important because that's a driver, that's a direct mechanism in order to fund this, and we definitely support this. In our case, the first use case actually was to take the positive externality that was created in a carbon credit, and that holds value, right? That has been a public good that has been created. Hence, it is an asset. Hence, it can be put into somebody's treasury, for example, or it can be used in other use cases that build on assets, financial primitives like lending and borrowing and lending, and issuing currency against this, for example, which was our first customer, KlimaDAO, is what they did with carbon credits. Basically, took it in their treasury and issue a currency against that. Against this asset. And we believe that both of these, both of these sectors, there's many use cases next to retirement, but both of these types of use cases for carbon credits are to be supported because they create demand and ultimately they finance positive impact and other projects, and they produce a motivation in order to become an entrepreneur and an ecopreneur, basically, who wants to invest in new technology, for example, or wants to invest in natural assets in order to shepherd them and to safeguard them. And we need to create this market mechanism where they have as many sinks, basically, in order to offload to, and in order to get remunerated for. And for their work, and we believe that this is not only like we want to decouple the risk from only that, economical activity translating into the need for retirements is the only reason to spin up the carbon market, because every time we have a downturn, the carbon market will go down with it, as we see right now. And so creating more use cases for carbon credits is in fact a de-risking of the carbon market. And that's definitely something we want to support.
Great, thanks for pointing that out. When you look at your project, because you're now already quite some time underway, what are some of the challenges that you have encountered, and what are ways that also because we are talking here in an EU perspective that also from an EU perspective could be done to make your life easier at Toucan?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we share many of the, we went into a very uncomfortable space because we share many of the challenges that two spaces have, one climate space and one crypto space. And in both cases, it's a trust function in the first place that we need to establish. So there's a lot of education that needs to be done and that we needed to do, and we're constantly doing, and we are actually increasing even more the rate that we want to educate on what's actually happening here, because there's a lot of prejudice, let's say, against crypto in general in terms of energy usage, which is a question that comes up often, or also things around money laundering and other nefarious use cases for cryptocurrency. And then there's also, at the same time, there's a lot of challenges and let's say very polarized opinions on the carbon credit market in general, in regards to greenwashing and all of these real problems that we have, but they halo onto pretty much everyone who's trying to work in either of those two markets. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we had is acceptance and understanding, basically, of how easy it is to establish trust yourself if you really want to, if you're really serious about not trusting it. Like, it has never been easier than the moment that carbon credits came on chain, because as of this moment, it's very, very transparent, and at least in terms of all the transactions that happen and all the cuts that are being taken out of this, which was in before a market of 70% or 80% of the carbon market, which was completely opaque, and it's now completely transparent for the first time. So people start seeing this more and more, but that's definitely something where we and the whole ecosystem need everyone's help, in terms of bringing it to the masses and making it consumable for the masses, by making it understandable for the masses, and also give regulatory clarity on things. I think that's probably everyone you talk to sounds like a broken record on this. It's not that crypto in general doesn't want to be regulated. It's more that we want to have clear regulations which we can work with, which take away from that fear and from that opaqueness that we currently have, which is something we encounter many, many times. Like, what's happening if you get regulated? Like, should I buy these carbon credits? What happens if you get regulated out of business? Is my offset then incorrect or not? Like, we need, we have a very clear position on that, but we don't need further unclarity and further, boiling up the polarized opinions. What we need really is making this more of a very well-measured, composed discussion that we have with regulators, with pseudo-regulators like standard bodies, where we have very good conversations, and we wish to have this much more on a broader scale and on a even intergovernmental scale. And the sooner we can get to this point, I think we all agree that this would be benefiting the entire planet.
Clear. Thank you very much. These are grand challenges, I guess, and interesting that you're saying that you're actually stepped into two challenging spaces, one being crypto and the other one carbon credit. So Jamel, how is that for you in terms of challenges? How do you see that for a second?
Obviously, it's similar space. I guess you won't hear like a dramatically different answer from any of us in a way, but I think it would definitely help. Well, let's start differently. I think the registries, if you go with, because I'm quite happy with the movement that happens recently. I think that's probably a good starting point. As in the registry, as in Vera and then Gold Standard, have been on the defense, which is very understandable considering that their market that they know for so many years is kind of turned upside down. So from a business perspective, I think if any of us would put yourself in their shoes, then it's fairly understandable that that is a natural reaction. But what you see recently, and I think you see a way more traction, is Gold Standard already around Climate Week in New York announced that they would definitely see a clear trend towards tokenization and fully on-chain market. And now Vera just announced a similar direction, and not for in 5 years. They're talking about next year. So I guess what I'm saying is we all can't really complain because we expect an entire market that worked for decades to I guess moving into our direction, but that can't happen overnight. So I'm comparably happy with the recent trends. I'm not saying everything is done and we are where we need to be. That's not what I'm saying, but I think we have to give them the credit that there needs to be a certain movement and trust building from both perspectives, right? Because I think we're looking at least probably, well, it's probably fair to say a decade of a coexistence, right? I don't think that we'll just switch off and on off-chain market and then suddenly everything is on-chain and never seen again from the off-chain perspective. So I think there's going to be a transitional phase, and I think we need to learn from each other as well, because there are some players in the market for a long time that know the market inside out. So I think we as on-chain players shouldn't ignore that competence either. So I think dialogue is the king, as long as that dialogue is not only there to slow down the process, if that makes sense, right? So I think we can have challenging and fruitful conversations, but I think, and it was mentioned before, it is for the climate, right? We're not talking about who gets what business share. We need to move ahead because otherwise the climate is, well, it's almost lost anyway, but we need to make sure that we move this at scale because that is what the planet needs. So therefore, there's no time for ego plays or market shares. We need to make sure that we all move in the same direction. So long story short, I think the recent trends from a regulatory point of view and from a market point of view shows in the right direction. As long as we maintain that or even speed that up, then I think we're on the right track here. And then I think we all, as we are here on the call, need to work hard to do that. I don't really like the word in that context because it sounds a little bit patronizing, but like the educational aspects, which I don't necessarily see in education itself. I think the transparency should do the job for us, right? As long as we have nothing to hide and provide all the evidence and all the data and all the transparency that we can, people can educate themselves rather than us telling them what they haven't understood before, if that makes sense. So I think there's a responsibility on our side to make sure that, one, we collaborate as much as we can in the ecosystem, because it is not about market shares on our end either, because it's about finding solutions that can scale at the level that the planet needs it. And then I think it's about making sure that we work alongside the players that have been around for a long time to make sure that we have the best from both worlds in a way.
Yeah, great. And Martijn, I think that you recognize a lot of what both Andy and Jamel are saying here, but maybe a bit of a different perspective is that you are operating for now, at least solely in the US. Is there anything that you say, well, maybe the US could learn from the EU, or maybe the other way around, the EU could learn from the US in that perspective when we talk about regulatory or maybe other challenges that you encounter?
Well, actually, the nice thing, of course, about the voluntary carbon market is that it's voluntary and they're outside the compliance or regulatory market, which is great because it allows a way to innovate. And on one hand, I'm quite encouraged by all these bodies that are surfacing that want to set new standards. On the other hand, that shouldn't stifle innovation. But in the long run, at least that's our vision, there will be a global carbon market, and the voluntary carbon market and the compliance market will come together. So I think it's up for regulators in kind of both sides, the US, EU, and globally, to look very carefully what's happening in the voluntary carbon markets and the standards that are being set. Because if we're very successful, I can see in 10 years these markets will combine together. and that'll be good for everyone. I mean, it's too early to do that, but I think it will come. And of course, I'm really kind of enjoy like Jamel's and Andy's perspective. Maybe as a challenge a little bit, and it's a space we're just starting to work in, is the more we can put the creation of the credit on chain, we'll be so much better off. Because I mean, there's a little bit interesting thing is if we call transparency, is that, oh, okay, it's a Vera credit, it's got a AAA rating for this agency, a double rating of this agency. Like that, the blockchain should be able to do away with that. If we follow a protocol and we know the protocol is correct, then you should, with a proof of protocol, say this is actually very good credit. Then the other element, and that's something we're working on as well, and it was kind of interesting, maybe a question for Andy, is that what we're most excited about is actually, indeed, how do you value these positive externalities? Because yeah, we can talk about a carbon credit, but once you retire it, these positive externalities will live on and actually will keep growing. And I think that's a huge area as well, which we're working on, is how can we retain those co-benefits, if you like, and value them separately as part of a combined token, and they may be able to live on beyond the retirement of the carbon credit aspect of it. So it's interesting. I mean, maybe both Jamel and Andy, whether you guys are thinking about it, how you can capture that, because I think we all agree that the positive co-benefits are often even more and more important and could be longer lasting impacts than just carbon.
Yeah, maybe I take a quick stab at that. One thing I wanted to touch on, the algorithmic validation of credits is something that is intensely interesting and powerful and very efficient for the future. I don't think we're at this point where this can be done with the majority of the market, which is nature-based, because it's processes that we don't control for 100%, so it's hard to meter them. We can measure them, or what's actually happening is that they are being statistically estimated a lot, and we can do that, but it's a manual process. And any product that produces negative emissions that is 100% measurable, that's a very highly controlled process, very technical, and we have those and we need those. And for those, I think you're absolutely right. In terms of anything that becomes interpretable and where you need to discuss baselines and business as usual scenarios against what you did, it's becoming really hard to do this with a meter. AI is promising for that, of course, in the future. But yeah, we need things happening now, not only wait until these technologies have matured. But for the co-benefits and SDGs that are baked into carbon credits, you're absolutely right. It's really hard to price them. Like, there's not a market currently for those. And normally the way that humans react to how to price something is like gauge supply and demand, and then have many people fight over and haggle over how much you want to pay for that. And then you have some other primitives like futures that also help with that. But we don't have any of this for co-benefits alone. The only way co-benefits are being used right now is actually as a booster for carbon credits for their prices, and you can reasonably measure a forestation or avoided deforestation credit with and without CCB, which is a booster for a co-benefit, for example, and you can see a difference. But that is not super straightforward. So we would be welcoming very, very much innovation in that space that measures sustainable impact and sustainable development for all SDGs, not only for biodiversity and the one that is most prominent, but we would like to see this. And you're correct. There's more benefits than the climate aspect. I think you retire something, that's a conceptual accounting problem. Or if you pulled out a ton, you emitted a ton, and then you retire, this externality. So I think there you can have this one-to-one relation, but for you emitted a ton and now you supported a project that has 1 ton plus additional biodiversity plus more clean water plus fairer jobs, that is hard to measure and it's not being measured today. So in a sense that we support any kind of market formation, we would definitely like to see people doing that. Like there are people reaching out to this, but there's not for this to us, and there's not enough demand for this, but we would definitely like to see that this happens.
Yeah, great. Jamal, you care to react to Martijn's question?
Well, that would probably fill another hour if we go like deep into that conversation. We need to come back to that next time. We're not the last one, then we can probably fill it up. Anyway, I think if anything, the carbon markets are only the starting point, and that's what we see from a vision perspective as well, right? So the carbon markets are just the most common use case as we speak. But we believe in the development in like natural assets, even as an asset class, right? Because with the tokenization, there are a lot of opportunities that come into play. And suddenly things that we as a human species took for granted are now suddenly measurable, and therefore you can give it like a value of some sort, right? It doesn't always need to be money, but it can get a value that wasn't able, well, we weren't able to do that before. So we definitely see a lot of potential for future asset classes in that space, which will go like biodiversity route and so on and so forth. But as both Martin and Andy said, some of it is still in development from a technological point of view. I think what we need to remember though is that we're not worse off than we were before, which is sometimes a confusion that I see in the market, right? Because the current solution might not be perfect yet, but it's already better than the one yesterday where we haven't had anything in place. So bear with us is kind of what I'm saying, which is not meant to be that we're done here, but we're making steps forward. We're solving one problem at a time. And sometimes in discussions, you're confronted with like, but have you thought about this? Well, yeah, but I'm currently solving problem 1 and 2 here. And then we can get to problem 3 together if you like. But there's no point in debating or shooting it down because of problem 3, if that makes any sense. But I think, as I said, like there's a lot to come, a lot that we need to get right. But I think the last comment is probably the one that I would like people to take away from my perspective, is the aspect that we're still making progress, right? So similar analogy to that logic is that there is a challenge of the quality of credits that are on chain at the moment, which is a little bit, well, it's not really funny, but like sometimes there's a funny element to it, because those were existing credits that existed in the real world as a PDF, and they were bridged into the chain. They didn't get any worse in that process, right? They're just a digital twin of what they were before. So it's an interesting way of calling it bad or worse credits, because it's just what existed before. It wasn't produced on chain. So I think that's a very important aspect here as well.
That's great. I think that should be on everyone's wall. We're still making progress. So thanks for that. Given the time, maybe very short, Martijn and Andy, would you have a memorable quote for us, just as Jamal had? We're still making progress. What are you looking forward to?
No, in fact, I just may repeat a point that Jamal made earlier, which I thought coming out of this panel discussion is quite encouraging. I mean, it's an ecosystem, and it's like how we're going to solve climate changes with many, many, many solutions. If we all wait for the golden bullet, it will never happen. And what I was encouraged, we all work on different parts of the equation, and it's not to the exclusion of the others. And I like that. So I think it's an ecosystem approach to actually make the carbon markets better. And, I think
great.
We're going to make a positive contribution to that.
Thank you very much. Andy?
Yeah, I don't have such a nice quote as Jamal had. I'm very jealous of that. I'll be thinking of one for the future. But I think my takeaway that I would like to hammer in, we heard it a few times before, we're all in this together. We're on this planet together. We're all in this problem that we created together, and we sort of own it. Not scrap sorter, we own it together. And so just picking at each other and trying to hinder each other is not going to take anything, not getting anything done. And we're like seeing the world burn and telling you then, see, I was right. That's not where we want to be, right? So we want to solve something. And hence we want to collaborate as much as possible, open arms, everyone who wants to do the same. There's many Discord channels, including ours, that you can come in and talk to us.
Great, thank you very much. Well, Andy, that was actually a good ending of this session. So thank you for that. Thank you, all three of you, Jamal, Martijn, and Andy, for being here. Thank you to you both for hosting us, University of Nicosia. And with that, I think we are closing this panel. Thank you all.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. It was a very interesting panel, a very interesting discussion, and I would like to thank you all for attending today. First and foremost, we would like to thank our distinguished guests, participants, panelists, and speakers, the European Commission and the European Parliament for supporting EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum. To everyone that participated today, either in person or online, we would like to thank you very much for being here with us. And of course, to the UBOF team, Tonya, Mariana, and everyone from the consortium who have supported today's event. Thank you very much. We hope to see you soon, everyone. Goodbye.